Chapter 144. You may be strong, but I'm stronger than you. Gu Fei displayed his powerful battle prowess. He strode towards Hujan, who was blown away. His words were filled with confidence. Everyone was shocked by the power he displayed. On the internet, a powerful person must have powerful abilities. This was undeniable. Hujan was undoubtedly powerful, but it was a pity that he met Gu Fei. The outcome of this battle seemed to have been decided long ago. Gu Fei wasn't a cultivator, nor was he a divine arts practitioner. He was a martial artist. A martial artist who had cultivated successfully would find it hard to find a worthy opponent among the same level cultivators. This wasn't a lie. The current Gu Fei even had the ability to fight against a cultivator who had just entered the transcending mortality realm. In the awakened nine heavens, no one had such heaven-defying battle prowess. However, as a martial artist, Gu Fei's battle prowess was heaven-defying. It made it possible for him to challenge a higher-level cultivator. Swoosh! 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 8 desolate steps, 8 extreme steps. Gu Fei seemed to have teleported. Everywhere he passed, he left behind afterimages. In just an instant, he caught up to Hujan. Roar! Hujan tried his best to stop his retreat, but he still couldn't help but retreat. The power of the 5 elements as one was too strong. Even if he used all his strength to block it, it was hard to resolve. Although the power of the 5 elements as one could only be released in an extremely short period of time and couldn't be sustained for long, it was enough to heavily injure Hujan, causing him to spit mouthfuls of blood. Boom! Hujan directly smashed a huge hole in the high wall of the courtyard. He rushed out of the courtyard, and the brick fragments scattered in all directions. Wood element Madra technique, 10,000 purple wood. Gu Fei chased out from the hole in the high wall with his extreme movement technique. When he got close to Hujan, the wood element Madra of the 5 elements extermination Madra had already formed. The incomparably profound Madra technique was pressed forward. A terrifying energy wave suddenly exploded like a volcano. A bluish-green aura surged out from the Madra technique and swept forward. The 5 elements extermination seal art had already touched upon the Tao. The edge of the wood seal was the embodiment of the martial way. The moment Gu Fei's wood seal appeared, it was as if his own wood elemental power had connected with the essence of the plants in the world. Within the jade-green light, there seemed to be a dense, endless stretch of giant wood that rushed towards Hujan. Bang! Hujan was sent flying out once more. Roar! Hujan, who had fallen to the ground, pretended to be crazy. He was like a ferocious beast that had reached a dead end. He roared at the sky, and a torrential force surged out from his body. Hujan wildly danced about, and his eyes gradually became blood-red, flickering with a crazed blood-red light. Whoosh! Hujan pounced directly at Gu Fei. He didn't use any divine ability, nor did he put up any defense. His movements were actually like those of a ferocious beast. Was he courting death? The spectators from afar were shocked by Hujan's crazy actions. However, Gui Tung of the Black Tortoise clan frowned at this moment. He thought of a terrifying matter. Could it be? Gui Teng's expression was extremely grave as he stared at the seemingly crazy Hujan. 8 desolation steps. With a single step, Gu Fei directly sent the ferocious pouncing Hujan flying. What's going on? Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. Roar! Hujan, who had rolled on the ground, let out another roar and crawled up from the ground. He didn't seem to be injured, but the vast energy fluctuations coming from his body had become even stronger. Oh no, the power in his body is really starting to go out of control. Gui Ting's expression was extremely ugly. He knew the consequences of losing control of his power. That was the power that originated from the bloodline of the ancient sacred beast, the white tiger. Even though the white tiger bloodline in Hu Zhan's body had been passed down for so long and had become extremely thin, the power was still extremely powerful and terrifying. If it went out of control, the consequences would be very serious. This was because, apart from the power that originated from the bloodline, there was also the ferocious bestial nature of the ancient sacred beast, the white tiger. Once the power that originated from the white tiger bloodline went out of control, the bestial nature in the bloodline would also erupt. In this way, his human nature would be replaced by the bestial nature in the bloodline, and he would turn into a ferocious tiger in human form. His power would also rise to a terrifying level. Haushakor! Hu Zhan roared incessantly like a ferocious tiger. From the frenzy in his eyes, it could be seen that the bestial nature had already completely taken over his mind. Hu Zhan, who was controlled by the bestial nature, became extremely berserk. At this moment, the white tiger divine tattoo on his body emitted an unprecedentedly powerful light. Vast power surged out from Hu Zhan's body wave after wave, forming a terrifying energy storm around him. Roar! After a crazy roar, a blood-red, ferocious light shot out from Hu Zhan's eyes. In the next moment, he leapt high into the air, and like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, he hurriedly pounced towards Gu Fei. The vast and mighty astral wind assaulted his face, causing pain, as if he was being cut by a sharp knife. At this moment, Hu Zhan was more powerful than ever before, and more dangerous than ever before. It was as if he had transformed into a ferocious tiger that only knew how to kill, and he viewed Gu Fei as his prey. The terrifying energy waves caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble. Streams of divine light that revolved around Hu Zhan's body made Gu Fei feel danger. That kind of divine light was as dazzling as a sword immortal's flying sword. It was formed by the white tiger divine tattoo. Wherever the divine light passed, it left behind a pitch-black trace, as if the void was being torn apart. That was the terrifying power contained within the white tiger bloodline. At this moment, it burst out. Compared to when Hu Zhan was awake and transformed the white tiger divine tattoo into thousands of light blades, it was unknown how many times more powerful it was. Whoosh! Gu Fei left behind an afterimage on his original spot and hurriedly retreated. Boom! The afterimage was instantly destroyed, and the ground was completely turned into dust by the terrifying power. The crazy Hu Zhan, with a pounce, shook the heaven and earth. Hu Zhan, who was dominated by his bestial nature and had lost his rationality, only had bestial instincts at this moment. How could he still be Gu Fei's opponent? Gu Fei directly appeared behind him, and a hand knife chopped towards the back of Hu Zhan's neck. Don't harm his life. Just as Gu Fei's hand knife was about to chop Hu Zhan, a loud shout suddenly came from the side. Then, Gu Fei felt an extremely cold gust of wind assaulting his body from behind. At the same time, a violent power rushed towards Gu Fei like a raging sea. Someone attacked him. Someone was afraid that he would kill Hu Zhan, and the person who attacked had an extremely high cultivation. Humph. Gu Fei let out a cold laugh and directly punched towards the incoming expert, while his hand knife did not stop at all. Bang! It chopped the back of Hu Zhan's neck. Just as Gu Fei's hand knife chopped Hu Zhan, his expression immediately changed greatly, and he secretly cursed in his heart. It was as if his palm had chopped onto an indestructible piece of fine iron. Not only did it not injure Hu Zhan, it even caused his palm to feel a burst of pain. Whoosh! A tiger claw with the white tiger's divine markings emitted a sharp claw light that was more than a foot long and swept towards Gu Fei's chest. In front of him was a tiger claw, and behind him was a powerful enemy. For a moment, Gu Fei actually fell into a predicament of being attacked from both front and back. Retreat! Without any hesitation, he directly retreated, because the greatest threat to him was the terrifying tiger claw that seemed to be able to pierce through the void. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's fist fiercely collided with the attacking person. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei's fist seemed to have hit a huge mountain. Although it shook the expert, his own retreating momentum was forcibly stopped. Pum! The clothes on his chest and abdomen were instantly torn by the tiger claw. The sharp claw force was like a divine weapon, and it ruthlessly swept onto Gu Fei's chest and abdomen. Without any suspense, amidst everyone's cries of surprise, Gu Fei was directly swept away by the extremely ferocious claw force. Only then did he clearly see that the person who attacked him was the short and skinny hunchback youth who seemed to be carrying a turtle shell on his back. Hu Zhan, who had fallen into a frenzy, roared. His limbs pushed off the ground, and he turned into a white light, chasing after Gu Fei, who was sent flying. Haoshak, preposterous! Gu Fei only felt as if his internal organs had been dug out by Hu Zhan's claw. Although he wasn't cut into two by the extremely sharp claw force, his internal organs suffered a violent shock. A wave of hot blood surged up Gu Fei's throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. No one had expected things to turn out like this. They all stared dumbfoundedly at the scene in front of them. At this moment, when Gu Fei saw Hu Zhan fiercely pouncing towards him again, he couldn't help but be furious. I originally didn't want to take your life, but you're forcing me to kill you. When his life was threatened, Gu Fei couldn't care so much anymore. He began to draw the essence of the divine weapon in his body to gather in his abdomen. Then he suddenly stopped. He opened his mouth, and a resplendent purple sword light instantly shot out from his mouth, killing towards Hu Zhan. Sword Qi, flying sword? The three outstanding successors of the Guangqing immortal sect, who were watching from the side, couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Gu Fei actually spit out sword light. How does he know the way of the sword? Ren Wuming couldn't help but frown. As for Guangqing's junior, Li Mengyao, her delicate little mouth was wide open as she looked at Gu Fei with a face full of shock. Hum! A sword hum resounded through the entire area. The purple sword light that shot out from Gu Fei's mouth instantly increased by 10 zhong. It was as vigorous as a soaring dragon, emitting extremely terrifying sword qi fluctuations. The purple sword light cut through the void, instantly arriving in front of Hu Zhan, who was pouncing over. As long as the sword light descended and twisted, Hu Zhan would be directly killed on the spot. The essence of the divine weapon that Gu Fei had refined into his body was not ordinary. This was Gu Fei's final trump card, his trump card. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's trump card was forced to be displayed in front of everyone by Hu Zhan. Just as Hu Zhan was about to die under Gu Fei's sword light, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky. Then it grabbed Hu Zhan, who had already been completely controlled by his bestial nature, and retreated. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Purple lightning flashed across the sky. The purple sword light actually made a turn in the air, directly killing towards the huge hand. Regardless of whether it was the practitioners of the younger generation of the southern wilderness, or Li Lingfeng and the other successors of the three great Taoist sects, they were all shocked by this action of Gu Fei. The transformation of the primordial spirit, thousands of miles away, this was a huge primordial spirit hand cultivated by a great cultivator. It was a manifestation of the Tao connotation. Obviously, a great cultivator had made a move. Someone did not want Hu Zhan to die under Gu Fei's sword light. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have stopped a long time ago. However, Gu Fei was extremely daring. Not only did he not stop, but he also manipulated the sword light to kill the huge hand that was descending from the sky. It was really crazy. In front of a great cultivator, even a practitioner of the transcending mortality realm was like an ant. With a flip of the palm, they could destroy a large number of them, let alone a practitioner of the awakening self realm. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. Under the perception of the qi, the dazzling sword light formed by the divine weapon's essence immediately went against the natural order to kill. It did not matter if it was a great cultivator or a small cultivator, It did not matter if it could be provoked or not provoked. Roar! In the huge hand, a crazy white tiger was roaring. It was not a real white tiger, but the image of a white tiger that was condensed by the white tiger's divine markings. However, no matter how hard Hujan struggled, no matter how powerful he was, he could not escape from the control of the huge hand. He was completely suppressed. Interesting, it's a broken weapon soul. I'll take it. These words rang out from the distant sky. Almost at the same time, an energy storm swept out from the large hand and swept towards the purple sword light that was coming for him. The person seemed to have noticed the extraordinariness of the purple sword light. He actually wanted to collect the sword light with his great spiritual power. The energy storm that swept out from the huge hand wrapped the sword light in an instant. The light of the sword light immediately dimmed. At the same time, Gu Fei's expression changed greatly on the ground. He could no longer maintain his composure. This was because the moment the power from the huge hand wrapped around the dazzling purple sword light, he actually could not sense the existence of the weapon's essence. Not only did the primordial spirit hand wrap around Hujan, it even imprisoned the divine armament's essence energy that Gu Fei released. Furthermore, it rose into the sky, and in an instant it soared into the sky. How dare you! Gu Fei could not help but panic. The weapon's essence was extremely important to him. It was his life-saving talisman. It had already allowed him to escape death several times. After losing the weapon's essence, Gu Fei had lost his greatest reliance. Just as Gu Fei thought that he was about to lose the weapon's essence, a huge hand made of flame suddenly appeared. With a mighty roaring flame, it directly intercepted the huge hand that was wrapped around Hujan and the weapon's essence. Taoist Chaoyang, what do you want? An angry roar came from afar. The rolling sound waves caused the sky and earth to tremble. A great pressure immediately spread out, causing everyone's expression to change. Is it Grandmaster Chaoyang of Shaoyang Peak? Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the other disciples of Taishan sect couldn't help but feel delighted. Leave the thing of Taishan sect. A calm voice drifted from another direction of Dragon Emperor City. Closely after that, the fiery hand directly intercepted the immortal weapon's essence, which was bound by that person's power. Humph! The person who had secretly saved Hujan seemed unwilling, but he also didn't want to fight with Taoist Chaoyang. The huge hand wrapped Hujan and quickly left. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. After the huge hand made of the mysterious person's primordial spirit retreated, the hand made of flames in the night sky also dimmed and finally disappeared into the void. The two great cultivators didn't show up. Even though they were thousands of miles away from each other, they had already fought for a short while in the sky above Dragon Emperor City. Although everyone was shocked by the great cultivator's magical ability, they couldn't help but yearn for it. If they had such a cultivation base, gee! A bright purple sword light shot down from the sky, tearing the void and making a sound like tearing silk. The next moment, this sword light entered Gu Fei's body. The weapon's essence that had been smelted into his body reintegrated into Gu Fei's body and traveled through his qi and blood. After a period of refinement, this weapon's essence became more and more pure. In tonight's battle, Gu Fei not only defeated the most outstanding young powerhouse in the southern wilderness, Hujan of the White Tiger clan, but he also learned something about the weapon's essence in his body. The weapon's soul is broken. Could it be that the sword hilt passed down by the Grandmaster of Green Spirit Peak has an unimaginable origin? It's actually a peerless weapon that has given birth to a weapon soul. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The mysterious yin-yang jade pendant and the sword hilt passed down by his master all had a great origin and unknown secrets. This made Gu Fei faintly feel uneasy. Just a strand of essence energy from a divine weapon was enough to attract the attention of a grand cultivator. If others knew that he had the yin-yang fish jade, pendant that could increase his cultivation speed by 10 times. Those grand cultivators would definitely make a move on him. I'd better keep a low profile in the future, Gu Fei thought. He didn't want to attract others' attention. At this moment, the people who were spying on the southern desolate duke's side courtyard had already disappeared. This side courtyard could be said to have been destroyed by Gu Fei and the others. However, this kind of side courtyard was nothing to the southern desolate duke. It didn't matter if it was destroyed. The most important thing was that the southern desolate duke's son, Yongsun, had successfully provoked the confrontation between the young cultivators of the southern desolate duke and the outstanding successors of the three great Daoist sects. The news that Gu Fei had defeated Hu Zhan had already quietly spread among the major forces of Dragon Emperor City. Of course, the outstanding cultivators of the southern desolate duke's younger generation were not convinced. Some truly outstanding cultivators would come knocking on his door sooner or later. However, this wasn't something that Gu Fei could predict. Moreover, he didn't feel like caring about these trivial matters. After all, strength was everything. Whoever's fist was harder would be the boss. The southern desolate duke's cultivators left under the lead of Gui Tong and the young man in purple. Li Lingfeng and the others, on the other hand, walked towards Gu Fei in high spirits. However, Gu Fei didn't wait for Li Lingfeng and the others to come closer. He took a step forward, and with a swoosh he left an afterimage on the spot and quickly went far away. Everyone couldn't help but stop and look at each other. This night was destined to be an unusual night. The news that Gu Fei had defeated Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan must have already been known by many people in the city. Perhaps the cultivation world of the southern desolate duke would boil because of this. Gu Fei returned to Canvas Lunar Restaurant and entered his residence. After entering, his face immediately became flushed and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He hurriedly sat cross-legged in the room and slowly operated his mysterious technique, drawing the energy within his body to heal his wounded body. Hu Zhan's Tiger Roar Sonic Kill divine ability caused a great impact on Gu Fei, and in order to thoroughly defeat Hu Zhan, Gu Fei had barely managed to execute the 5-elemental unification seal. Although the seal was powerful, in the end, that power wasn't something that he could control right now. Although the 5-elemental unification seal could only be maintained for a short moment, Gu Fei was still unavoidably injured by his own power. It could be said that although Gu Fei looked unparalleled tonight and completely suppressed Hu Zhan, in reality, he also suffered internal injuries, especially that crazy claw of Hu Zhan's at the end, which directly left 5 bloody marks on his chest and abdomen. The southern desolate duke was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It indeed couldn't be underestimated, especially the southern desolate duke who had proud talent. As time passed, Gu Fei's entire body began to emit waves of precious splendor. His bones made cracking sounds, his muscles trembled, and his flesh squirmed. The power contained within his body was guided out. The powerful life essence was repairing Gu Fei's injured body. The 5 bloody marks on his chest and abdomen were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds were shrinking until they formed scabs, and then the scabs fell off. There weren't any scars left on the wounds. After breaking into the 9 heavenly layers of awakening, Gu Fei's body's recovery ability also became extremely shocking. His muscles, bones, and flesh were incomparably strong and contained a huge amount of life essence. His powerful body was difficult to be injured. It was strong enough to shake ordinary magic treasures. Even if he was injured, he could quickly recover. If his bones were broken, new bones could quickly grow out. If his flesh and blood were injured, the injured flesh and blood could also heal. It could be said that Gu Fei's life force was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. The huge amount of life essence caused Gu Fei to be like the 9 lives divine cat. His life force was extremely tenacious. For ordinary cultivators, fatal injuries could no longer pose a fatal threat to Gu Fei. This was the advantage of having a strong physical body. Cultivators cultivated themselves. They cultivated their muscles, bones, and flesh. Others cultivated Tao techniques and magic treasures. But the body of a cultivator was the strongest magic treasure. The martial way was not inferior to cultivation, nor was it inferior to magical powers. It was just that it was difficult to succeed in cultivating. In comparison, magical powers and Tao techniques were easy to learn. Most people in the world knew that it was easy to do. Few people were willing to know that it was easy to do. When the majority of people knew that it was easy to do, the martial way would completely decline. This might be the trend of the times. The decline of the martial way was not unreasonable. However, successful cultivators were terrifying existences in the cultivation world in each era. Their bodies were unparalleled, and their fighting skills could break all kinds of Tao techniques and magical powers. Just like the indestructible body that Gu Fei had seen in the cavern at the bottom of the icy azure pool, a cultivator who had cultivated to a certain level would be able to live forever even after countless years had passed. Gu Fei was cultivating in his room. What he didn't know was that many people had already fixed their eyes on the canvas lunar building. To be exact, they had fixed their eyes on him. However, no one dared to enter the courtyard where Gu Fei stayed, because it was the place where the disciples of Taishan sect stayed in Dragon Emperor City. Some people already knew that a powerhouse of Taishan sect had come to Dragon Emperor City. Nobody wanted to provoke such a powerhouse. The fights between the younger generation were just small fights. Even if a disciple of a clan was killed in a fight, it could only be attributed to his lack of skills. However, the older generation powerhouses couldn't casually deal with the younger generation. This was also the reason why the mysterious person only saved Hu Zhan instead of killing Gu Fei. Chapter 145. Just as Hu Zhan was about to die under Gu Fei's sword light, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky. Then it grabbed Hu Zhan, who had been completely controlled by his bestial nature, and retreated. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Purple lightning flashed across the sky. The purple sword light actually made a turn in the air and directly attacked the huge hand. Whether it was the practitioners of the younger generation of the southern wilderness, or Li Lingfeng and the other successors of the three major Taoist sects, they were all shocked by Gu Fei's action. The transformation of the primordial spirit, thousands of miles away. This was the huge hand of the primordial spirit cultivated by a great cultivator. It was the manifestation of Taoist connotation. Obviously, a great cultivator had made a move. Someone did not want Hu Zhan to die under Gu Fei's sword light. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have stopped a long time ago. However, Gu Fei was extremely daring. Not only did he not stop, but he also manipulated the sword light and attacked the huge hand that was descending from the sky. It was really crazy. In front of a great cultivator, even a practitioner of the transcending mortality stage was like an ant. With a flip of the palm, he could destroy a large number of them, let alone a practitioner of the awakening self stage. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. Under the detection of the qi, the brilliant sword light formed by the essence of the heavenly weapon immediately went against the natural order and attacked. It did not matter whether it was a great cultivator or a small cultivator, whether it could be provoked or not. Roar! In the huge hand, a crazy white tiger was roaring. It was not a real white tiger, but the image of a white tiger formed by the divine marks of the white tiger. However, no matter how hard Hu Zhan struggled, no matter how he tried, and no matter how powerful his magical power was, he could not escape from the control of the huge hand. He was completely suppressed. Interesting. It's a broken weapon soul. I'll take it. These words rang out from the distant sky. Almost at the same time, a mighty energy storm swept out from the large hand, sweeping towards the purple sword light that was coming for him. That person seemed to have noticed the extraordinariness of the purple sword light and actually wanted to use a great amount of magic power to collect the sword light. The energy storm that swept out from the big hand wrapped around the sword light in an instant. The light of the sword light immediately dimmed. At the same time, the expression of Gu Fei, who was on the ground, changed greatly. He could no longer maintain his composure. This was because he could no longer sense the presence of the divine weapon's essence when the vast power from the hand enveloped the resplendent purple sword light. Not only did the primordial spirit hand wrap around Hu Zhan, it even imprisoned the divine armament's essence energy that Gu Fei released. Furthermore, it rose into the sky, and in an instant it soared into the sky. Preposterous! Gu Fei couldn't help panicking. That essence energy was incomparably important to him. It was his life-saving talisman, and it had already allowed him to escape death several times. After losing the divine armament's essence energy, Gu Fei had lost his greatest reliance. Just when Gu Fei thought that he was going to lose the divine armament's essence energy, a huge flaming hand suddenly appeared. With a vast amount of raging flames, it directly intercepted the huge hand that was wrapped around Hu Zhan and the divine armament's essence energy. Taoist Chaoyang, what do you want? An angry roar came from afar. The rolling sound waves caused the sky and earth to tremble. A great pressure immediately spread out, causing everyone to change their expressions. Is it Grandmaster Chaoyang of Shaoyang Peak? Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the other disciples of the Taishan sect couldn't help but feel delighted. Leave behind the things of the Taishan sect. A calm voice drifted from another direction of Dragon Emperor City. Closely after that, the fiery hand directly intercepted the immortal weapon's essence, which was bound by that person's power. Humph! The person who had secretly saved Hu Zhan seemed unwilling, but he also didn't want to fight with Taoist Chaoyang. The huge hand wrapped Hu Zhan and quickly left, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. After the huge hand transformed by the mysterious person's primordial spirit retreated, the flaming hand in the night sky also dimmed and finally disappeared in the void. The two great cultivators didn't show up. Even though they were thousands of miles away from each other, they had already fought for a short time in the sky above Dragon Emperor City. Although everyone was shocked by the great cultivator's magical abilities, they couldn't help but yearn for it. If they had such a cultivation base, gee! A bright purple sword light shot down from the sky, tearing the void and making a sound like tearing silk. The next moment, this sword light immediately entered Gu Fei's body. The divine armament's essence energy that had been smelted into his body reintegrated into Gu Fei's body and traveled through his qi and blood. After a period of refinement, this divine armament's essence energy became purer and purer. In tonight's battle, Gu Fei not only defeated the most outstanding young powerhouse in the southern wilderness, Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan, but he also learned something about the divine armament's essence energy in his body. The weapon's soul is broken. Could it be that the sword hilt passed down by the ancestor of my green spirit peak has an unimaginable origin? It's actually a peerless divine armament that has given birth to a divine armament soul? Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. The mysterious yin-yang fish, jade pendant, and the sword hilt passed down by his master all had great origins and unknown secrets. This made Gu Fei faintly uneasy. Just a strand of essence energy from a divine weapon was enough to attract the attention of a grand cultivator. If others knew that he had the yin-yang fish jade pendant that could increase his cultivation speed by 10 times, those grand cultivators would definitely make a move on him. I'd better keep a low profile in the future, Gu Fei thought. He didn't want to attract other people's attention. At this moment, the figures spying on the southern desolate Duke's side courtyard had already disappeared. This side courtyard could be said to have been destroyed by Gu Fei and the others. However, this kind of side courtyard was nothing to the southern desolate Duke. It didn't matter if it was destroyed. The most important thing was that the Duke's son, Yongsun, had successfully provoked the confrontation between the young cultivators of the southern desolate duke and the outstanding descendants of the three great Taoist sects. The news of Gu Fei defeating Hu Zhan had already quietly spread among the major forces of Dragon Emperor City. Of course, the outstanding cultivators of the southern desolate duke's younger generation were not convinced. Sooner or later, some truly outstanding cultivators would come to find them. However, this wasn't something that Gu Fei could predict. Furthermore, he didn't want to care about these trivial matters. After all, strength was everything. Whoever's fist was harder, that person was the boss. Under the lead of Gui Tung and the purple-haired young man, the southern desolate duke's cultivators left in a very bad mood. Li Lingfeng and the others, on the other hand, walked towards Gu Fei in high spirits. However, before Li Lingfeng and the others could approach him, Gu Fei took a step forward. With a whoosh, he left an afterimage on the spot and quickly went far away. Everyone couldn't help but stop and look at each other. This night was destined to be an unusual night. The news of Gu Fei defeating Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan must have already been known by many people in the city. Perhaps the cultivation world of the southern desolate duke would be seething because of this. Gu Fei returned to the Canvas Lunar Restaurant and entered his residence. After entering, his face immediately flushed red, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He hurriedly sat cross-legged in the room and slowly operated his mysterious technique, drawing out the power in his body to heal his injured body. Hu Zhan's Tiger Roar Sonic Kill divine ability caused Gu Fei to suffer a great impact, and in order to thoroughly defeat Hu Zhan, Gu Fei forcefully used the 5 elements fused seal art. Although the seal art's power was strong, in the end, that power wasn't something that he could control at the moment. However, that power was not something he could control at the moment. Although the 5 elemental seal could only be maintained for a short moment, Gu Fei still could not avoid being injured by his own power. It could be said that Gu Fei looked unparalleled tonight and completely suppressed Hu Zhan. But in reality, he also suffered internal injuries, especially that crazy claw of Hu Zhan's at the end, which directly left 5 bloody marks on his chest and abdomen. The southern desolate duke's crouching tigers and hidden dragons, indeed, couldn't be underestimated, especially the southern desolate barbarians who had proud talent. As time passed, Gu Fei's entire body began to emit waves of precious splendor. His bones made kacha sounds as tendons and bones trembled, his flesh wriggled, and the power contained within his body was guided out. The powerful life essence was healing Gu Fei's injured body. The 5 bloody marks on his chest and abdomen were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds were shrinking until they formed scabs, and then the scabs fell off, leaving no scars behind. After breaking into the 9 heavenly layers awakening, Gu Fei's body's recovery ability also became extremely shocking. His tendons, bones, and flesh were incomparably strong, and they also contained a huge amount of life essence. A strong body was hard to be injured, and it was enough to shake ordinary magic treasures. Even if he was injured, he could recover very quickly. If his bones were broken, new bones could quickly grow out from the broken parts. If his flesh was injured, the injured parts could also heal. It could be said that Gu Fei's life force was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator's. The huge amount of life essence made Gu Fei like the divine cat of 9 lives. His life force was extremely tenacious. For an ordinary cultivator, a wound that was enough to be fatal could no longer pose a fatal threat to Gu Fei. This was the advantage of having a powerful mortal body. A martial artist cultivated their body, their tendons, bones, and flesh. Others cultivated Tao techniques and magic treasures. But a martial artist's body was the most powerful magic treasure. Martial arts were not inferior to true cultivation, nor were they inferior to supernatural powers. It was just that it was difficult to cultivate. In contrast, magical powers and Tao techniques were easy to learn. Most people in the world knew that it was easy to do, but not many people were willing to know that it was easy to do. When the majority of people knew that it was easy to do, then the martial arts path would completely decline. Perhaps this was the trend of the times. The decline of the martial arts path was not without reason. However, martial artists who cultivated successfully in every era were terrifying existences in the world of cultivation. Their mortal bodies were incomparably powerful, and their martial arts and battle skills could break through thousands of Tao techniques and thousands of supernatural powers. Just like the immortal body that Gu Fei saw in the cave at the bottom of the icy green pool, martial artists who cultivated successfully, even if they died countless years ago, their mortal bodies would still be immortal and exist forever in the world. As Gu Fei was cultivating in his room, he didn't know that many people had already fixed their eyes on the canvas lunar building. To be exact, they had fixed their eyes on him. However, nobody dared to enter the courtyard where Gu Fei stayed because it was the place where the disciples of Taishan sect stayed in Dragon Emperor City. Some people already knew that a master of Taishan sect had come to Dragon Emperor City. Nobody wanted to provoke such a master. The fights between the younger generation were just small fights. Even if some disciples were killed in the fights, it could only be attributed to their lack of skills. However, the masters of the older generation couldn't casually deal with the younger generation. This was also the reason why the mysterious man only saved Hu Zhan instead of killing Gu Fei. Chapter 146. It was a young man with a very cold and arrogant expression. He stood quietly in front of the pavilion where Gu Fei was, and his slender body exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. His appearance could not be considered very handsome, but he had a unique temperament that was unforgettable after a glance. He was like a proud king. Even if he stood casually in a large group of people, he would still be able to show his outstanding side. It was not far from daybreak, and the surroundings were completely silent. Only the occasional rustling of trees could be heard. Fighting is not allowed in the canvassing Moon Pavilion. Don't you know the rules here? Gu Fei had a very strange feeling when the old man glanced at him with his lifeless eyes. That pair of lifeless eyes seemed to be able to see into the depths of his heart, making him shudder with fear. This old man was definitely not simple. Humph. These are your rules, not mine, Azure Dragon said. The meaning behind his words was very clear. I don't necessarily have to abide by your rules. However, this is the Canvassing Moon Pavilion, not the territory of your Azure Dragon clan, the old man said indifferently, revealing Azure Dragon's background. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were the 4 great sacred clans of the southern wilderness that had been passed down since ancient times. It was said that their ancestors were the 4 great sacred beasts of ancient times. This Azure Dragon was the number 1 person among the younger generation of the Azure Dragon clan. Azure Dragon was not so much a name, but rather a title that only the number 1 person among the younger generation of the clan could have. At this moment, the people in the nearby courtyards had also noticed the abnormality here. They all came out of their pavilions and cast their gazes over. Azure Dragon took a deep look at the old man and then said to Gu Fei, "I will come to find you again." Then, Azure Dragon turned around and left. Azure Dragon Clan. Gu Fei looked at Azure Dragon's departing figure and narrowed his eyes. Rays of light shot out from his eyes. This Azure Dragon was a good opponent, although Gu Fei also wanted to fight with an expert like Azure Dragon. It had to be after the trip to the Ruined Sky Realm. He wanted to enter the Ruined Heaven Realm in peak condition. The Ruined Heaven Realm was a paradise, but it was also a place of great danger. Gu Fei did not want to die in the Ruined Heaven Realm. Gu Fei turned around, walked into the room, closed the door, and then sat cross-legged on the bed. He did not feel the slightest bit sleepy. After circulating his energy to heal his injuries, the injuries he suffered during the battle with Hu Zhan were no longer serious. At this time, he suddenly remembered the Shaoqing snake in the magic treasure pouch. He wondered if the little guy had already refined the beast crystal in its stomach. Opening the artifact pouch, Zhang Xian took a look inside. He was shocked to find that the beast crystals were nowhere to be seen. Even the Blackwater mystical serpent's Niden was gone. The Shaoqing snake seemed to have expanded a little. It was already a foot long, and the two bumps on its head seemed to have become more obvious. The Shaoqing snake was lazily coiled in the artifact pouch, and there was a round bulge on its abdomen. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The Shaoqing snake had really shocked him. It had even swallowed the Blackwater mystical serpent's Niden. This little thing can really eat. Gu Fei was speechless. The Blackwater mystical serpent's Niden was different from those beast crystals. It contained a huge amount of energy that belonged to the Blackwater mystical serpent. It seemed that it would not be easy to refine the Niden. The Shaoqing snake was coiled in the artifact pouch, and its body was covered in a layer of cyan light that kept flowing. Gu Fei keenly noticed that the Shaoqing snake seemed to have entered a strange state. It seemed to have entered a state of half-hibernation. As Gu Fei didn't want to disturb the Shaoqing snake, he fastened the opening of the artifact pouch and tied it to his waist. After that, he closed his eyes and started to meditate to nourish his true qi. When the dawn was about to break, 3 people arrived at a hidden valley 50 miles away from Dragon Emperor City. The first one was an old Taoist in a robe embroidered with 9 golden crows. The 9 golden crows on the old Taoist robe were so vivid that they looked like 9 bright suns giving out heat. The other 2 people were Ding Yangzi of Shangqing Sect and Lu Ruhai of Guangqing Immortal Sect. Chapter 147. The huge altar was 30 feet high and 50 feet wide. It was built entirely from a huge blue stone. Apart from the countless runes carved in the center of the altar, it seemed that every blue stone that made up the altar had runes flashing on it, and a brilliance flowing on each and every blue stone. The 4 altars were emitting a pure and holy aura. Every single blue stone seemed to contain an inexplicable and obscure power which seemed to be brewing. It was the righteous qi of the universe. The large formation on the sacrificial altar constantly converged the surrounding spiritual qi of the universe, making the sacrificial altar more extraordinary. There was a white jade staircase in front of the sacrificial altar. At this moment, Lu Ruhai of Guangqing Immortal Sect and Ding Yangzi of Shangqing Sect were accompanying an old Taoist in a golden crow robe and a purple gold star crown up the stairs. The old Taoist gave out a transcendent qi, like an old immortal descending from the heavens. His movements didn't carry any mortal qi at all. This old Taoist was Taoist Chaoyang, the founder of Shaoyang Peak of Taishan Sect. When Taoist Chaoyang fought Demon Monarch of 6 Realms in Yunming Mountain, nobody knew the final outcome of the battle. However, since Taoist Chaoyang fought Demon Monarch of 6 Realms in Dragon Emperor City last night and appeared here with Lu Ruhai and Ding Yangzi, it indicated that he wasn't severely wounded in the battle. After stepping onto the sacrificial altar, Taoist Chaoyang looked around and nodded satisfactorily. Then he waved his sleeves and told Ding Yangzi, who was standing respectfully on his side, "Let's start." "Yes, sir." Ding Yangzi hurriedly took a step forward and slapped the magic treasure pouch on his waist. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of small purple flags flew out of the 100 treasures, pouch one after another. Each flag was less than 30 centimeters long and less than 4 fingers wide. They were covered with dense runes, as if they were covered with a layer of flowing purple light. Meanwhile, these small flags emitted a vast magical power wave. The purple flags floated above the altar. There were a total of 49 flags, and they were 7 by 7. As Cauldron Yangzi made a series of hand seals, the 49 small flags began to emit a hazy purple radiance. The talismans on the flags seemed to have come to life and were about to rush out from the surface of the flags. The 49 small flags formed a mysterious formation in the air. The purple light emitted by the 49 small flags merged into one, covering the sky above the altar. For a time, the sun and moon in this hidden valley lost their light, and the world lost its color. However, all the strange fluctuations were blocked by an unfathomable power that enveloped the entire valley. Not a single trace of it could be transmitted out. Clearly, Taoist Chaoyang and the others were prepared and sealed off the entire valley to prevent anyone from sensing anything unusual here. After all, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the southern wilderness. If one didn't make preparations beforehand, then the unusual fluctuation of the essence of heaven and earth would absolutely be unable to escape the senses of those great cultivators. Lu Ruhai, a sword expert of the broad accomplishment immortal sect, couldn't help but be moved by Ding Yangzi's marvelous formation. Only Taoist Chaoyang remained unperturbed. "Go!" Cauldron Yangzi shouted and formed a seal with his hand. Then he pressed it against the formation flags above him. A stream of pure mana surged out of the seal and entered the purple mist. At the same time, the 49 array flags that were shrouded in purple gas, after absorbing this spiritual power, seemed to be completely aroused the power of the array flags. In an instant, each array flag grew to 100 feet in size, then turned into 49 rays of purple light that blasted in all directions, submerging into the mountains around the valley. In the blink of an eye, the purple mist disappeared from the sky, and there was no longer any fluctuation of mana. The world was clear and bright. The rising sun in the east shone its rays onto the sacrificial altar. This is the Shangqing sect's 8 gates reversal, shape-shifting illusions formation. With this formation sealing off the valley, I believe that even the big shots of the southern wilderness will not be able to detect anything unusual in the valley, Cauldron Yangzi confidently said to Taoist Chaoyang. "Yes, very good." Taoist Chaoyang nodded as he walked straight to the center of the large formation above the sacrificial altar and sat down with crossed legs. "You can go now. As long as I'm here, nobody could destroy the sacrificial altar unless a semi-deity level, unparalleled figure takes action," Taoist Chaoyang said calmly. "Yes, sir." Lu Ruhai and Cauldron Yangzi bowed towards Taoist Chaoyang before turning around and leaving. "Wait." Taoist Chaoyang suddenly stopped them. "In a few days, Taoist Li Shang should send a message to us. When you go back, you should restrain your disciples. Don't make any trouble in Dragon Emperor City anymore. If those old B** stars of the southern wilderness come out, it would be very troublesome." After hearing Taoist Chaoyang's words, Lu Ruhai and Cauldron Yangzi exchanged a glance with each other before agreeing in unison. After that, they moved back a few steps before turning around and leaving. The two of them walked out of the valley and looked back. They saw that the valley was lush and green. Waterfalls and fountains dotted the valley. It was a scene of prosperity. What altar, what formation, and what human figure could there be? Taoist brother Cauldron Yangzi, your Shangqing sect's knowledge of formations is really marvelous. When Lu Ruhai saw this, he could not help but sigh in admiration. This formation that reversed the 8 gates and shifting shadows actually concealed everything in the valley. No one could tell that what they saw was an illusion. "I am flattered," Cauldron Yangzi said with a smile. After talking for a short while, the two people left the valley for Dragon Emperor City together. Gu Fei was taking a rest with his eyes closed in his room on the top floor of the pavilion, while an extremely obscure vital qi wave was surging over his body, which was the power of the source of life. On the path of cultivation, all the power originated from the body. The body was a huge treasure. The more profound one's cultivation base was, the greater the power would be. After last night's battle, Zhang Tai's 9th heavenly layer's power had been much purer. He could control the new power more skillfully. However, Gu Fei felt that the new energy that he had guided out from breaking through the bottleneck of his cultivation was not completely compatible with his body. There was a process for the new energy to be compatible with his body, and this was something that no one could avoid. Gu Fei's body was undergoing subtle changes to adapt to the new power. The power in his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones was gradually increasing. Gu Fei's body was advancing towards a treasure body. When the power in his flesh reached the bottleneck, it would be the day he would break through to the transcending mortality realm. It could be said that Gu Fei's power was not in his dantian but in his body. Although there was a ball of natal essence in his dantian, it was not the center of his power. The function of natal essence was to transform the vitality of the world and communicate with the internal and external heavens and earth. The internal heavens and earth were the heavens and earth inside one's body, while the external heavens and earth were the natural heavens and earth outside. The path of cultivation focused on cultivating one's body, but comprehending the heavens and earth was also indispensable. Powerful power required a corresponding state of mind to control and manipulate. Gu Fei was in a semi-conscious state. His whole body was relaxed, and his thoughts wandered above the 9 heavens, wandering between the heavens and earth. He seemed to have become a bystander, indifferently feeling the pulse of the new power in his body. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones trembled slightly, absorbing the power bit by bit. No sadness, no joy. This was Gu Fei's current state of mind. Watching the flowers bloom and wither in front of the courtyard. There was no intention to stay or go, watching the clouds in the sky, unmoved by favor or disgrace. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden sound of light footsteps outside the pavilion. Then, very quickly, that person walked into the pavilion and came to Gu Fei's door. Gu Fei naturally woke up from that mysterious state. "Distinguished guest, this servant has prepared lunch for you. May I ask if you would like to eat now?" Then a gentle voice came from outside the door. "Come in." He stood up from the bed, turned around the screen in the bedroom, and walked to the front hall. At this time, the girl outside the door also pushed open the door and walked in. In her hands there was a purple tray. On the tray there were a few dishes and a pot of wine. Gu Fei glanced at this girl. He saw that this girl was not old, and should be called a young girl. The young girl was wearing an emerald green dress. Her appearance was charming, and her skin was delicate and white. She was a beautiful girl. Of course, this young girl's appearance, compared to Zhao Ziru and Ling Luoyan, was much inferior. At least, this young girl in front of him did not have Zhao Ziru's otherworldly temperament, nor did she have Ling Luoyan's noble aura. Gu Fei sensed the movements in the surroundings. He discovered that on the other pavilions in the courtyard, there were also figures of emerald green girls holding trays. The young girl placed the trays on the table, and then carefully placed the wine and dishes in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt that the trays used to hold the wine and dishes seemed to be made of a whole piece of purple jade. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seemed that this canvas lunar pavilion was not simple. Purple jade, even in the world of cultivation, was a rare material. The jade talismans that cultivators wore on their bodies were refined from purple jade. But the people of the canvas lunar pavilion actually used purple jade trays to hold the wine and dishes. This made Gu Fei feel that it was a waste of a heavenly treasure. "Customer, please enjoy." The young girl bowed to Gu Fei and then left. "Junior brother Gu, are you going out?" At the entrance of the canvas lunar pavilion, Gu Fei was stopped by a person. There seemed to be only 2 people in the sect who could call him junior brother. The one who called out to Gu Fei was one of them. "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" Gu Fei asked calmly after taking a look at that person. It was a young man in white who didn't look outstanding. This young man in white was the eldest senior brother of the younger generation of the Taishan sect, Li Lingfeng. "Hee, I also want to go out for a walk. Let's go together." Li Lingfeng was very friendly. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Gu Fei, he had always been very warm to Gu Fei. Those who didn't know might think that they had been close friends for many years. Gu Fei took a deep look at Li Lingfeng. After quite a while, he nodded. The streets of Dragon Emperor City were very spacious and prosperous. There were many shops and restaurants on both sides of the street, and people came and went. Moreover, from time to time, One could see people from other regions whose skin color and hair were different from those of the Central Plains. As Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng walked on the street, Gu Fei found that some of the shops on the street were actually selling items from the world of cultivation. There were magic treasures of cultivators, Taoist talismans, jade talismans, various kinds of immortal weapons that had been refined by Taoist methods. There were also old ginseng, glossy ganoderma, black and other spiritual medicines. Gu Fei was not interested in these things at all. He was not a cultivator, so he didn't need magic treasures and Taoist talismans. As for those so-called immortal weapons that had been refined by Taoist methods, he didn't care about them at all. As for ginseng and glossy ganoderma, he didn't care about them at all. The oldest ginseng was only over 300 years old, which couldn't arouse Gu Fei's interest at all. Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng chatted as they walked through the crowd. All of a sudden, a man in cyan came from the front and stopped them. "Excuse me, is that Gu Fei? My master wants to see you." The man in cyan bowed towards the two people. However, he directly called Gu Fei's name in an arrogant manner. After exchanging a glance with each other, Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng both felt a bit confused. As they were just passers-by in Dragon Emperor City, they didn't know anyone. Who would know about their existence? "I'm Gu Fei. Who's your master?" Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything to this fellow. His eyes shot out two rays of light that were as sharp as blades, shining on the man's face. At the same time, a great pressure was emitted from Gu Fei's body. The azure-clothed man felt his eyes light up as Gu Fei's eyes suddenly became dazzling and resplendent like the stars in the sky, and he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly lowered his head and didn't dare look directly at Gu Fei. At the same time, the man in cyan sensed the mountain-like pressure from Gu Fei, which filled him with fear. He felt as small as an ant in front of Gu Fei. There were some dog slaves who, when treated nicely, would become extremely arrogant and look down on everyone. Their tails were practically about to reach the heavens. However, if they were to be slapped twice, causing them to lose their bearings, they would obediently scram to the side. This man in cyan was the one who deserved to be slapped. However, the master behind this guy should have a great background. Otherwise, this guy would not dare assume the majesty of a tiger. "Please, please follow me. My master is in Drunken Immortal's residence, in front of us." Under the fierce pressure of Gu Fei, the man in cyan's voice quivered. At the same time, he hurriedly lowered his head and led the way. "Let's take a look." Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. No matter what, he couldn't guess who the master of this man in cyan was. If he wanted to know who that master was, the most direct way was to meet that master. At the sight of this, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but frown as he recalled Dan Qinzi's words in the morning. Dan Qinzi told him to restrain his fellow disciples. However, he couldn't restrain Gu Fei. Chapter 148. Drunken Immortal Residence was a boit, which was a bit famous in Dragon Emperor City because of the two words drunken immortal. It was said that even immortals and deities would be drunk after drinking the fine liquor of Drunken Immortal Residence. In Drunken Immortal Residence, even the lowest liquor was century-old. If you could afford it, you could even taste the top-level Xianxin liquor, which was over 500 years old, which could increase your cultivation base, or the vermilion fruit liquor, which was brewed with 1,000 years old vermilion fruit. The green-robed man brought Gu Fei to the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Residence. Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something and immediately stopped. His expression was a little ugly. He raised his head and looked at the restaurant located in the middle of the bustling city. The 3 golden words, Drunken Immortal Tavern, were written on the banner, which shone with a dazzling golden light under the afternoon sun. It was somewhat dazzling. I was wondering who it was. "It's them," Gu Fei murmured. He sensed a few familiar auras. He smiled and strode into the Drunken Immortal Residence without any scruples. At this time, the azure-clothed man had long since abandoned Gu Fei and ran off to God knows where, while Li Lingfeng had already arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Residence. These people, Li Lingfeng's expression immediately turned grave when he sensed the auras coming from inside. Please don't let anything happen to them. Li Lingfeng hurriedly entered drunken immortal residence. There wasn't a single soul in sight. That's right, this drunken immortal abode that was situated in the middle of the bustling city had a huge lobby on the first floor. Yet not a single customer could be seen. Only a fair-skinned middle-aged man who looked like a manager was standing behind the counter in a flurried way as he looked at the staircase leading to the second floor from time to time. Today, some big figures had booked the entire drunken immortal residence. As the manager of this boit, he should be happy to meet such extravagant guests. However, the manager of drunken immortal residence didn't feel happy at all. He even preferred that these people didn't come here and didn't do business with these extravagant guests, because these people had prominent backgrounds and identities in South Wilderness. If these extravagant guests were unhappy, they could easily raise drunken immortal residence to the ground. In the eyes of these people, the drunken immortal residence was merely an ordinary restaurant. Li Lingfeng walked into the lobby on the first floor. His gaze, which was as sharp as a blade and as sharp as an arrow, swept across the lobby before he immediately walked toward the staircase leading to the second floor. When Li Lingfeng reached the second floor, she happened to see Gu Fei walking into a private room. Online again, those familiar auras came from that private room. After Gu Fei went in, Li Lingfeng clearly felt that the auras of those people began to increase rapidly. The private room was filled with a threatening aura, as if a barrel of gunpowder had been ignited. Swoosh! Li Lingfeng disappeared from where he was, crossing a distance of 7 or 8 feet in an instant, appearing outside the door of the private room. Then he pushed the door open and entered. When he saw the people in the private room, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He groaned inwardly. So it really was them. Hee. I didn't think that the eldest senior of the Taishan sect would also come. Please sit. A tall and sturdy young man in white said with a laugh. Hu Zhan. Seeing this young man in white, Li Lingfeng's pupils couldn't help but contract. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of battle intent. Li Lingfeng had been defeated very miserably in the battle with Hu Zhan last night. The scene at that time had long been deeply imprinted in his heart. He would probably remember it clearly for the rest of his life. If Dan Qinzi hadn't given Li Lingfeng, Ren Wuming, and Lin Xian, the three of them had used the effects of the Origin cultivating pills to recover from their injuries overnight, they would probably still be recuperating. Origin cultivating pills could strengthen one's foundation. For Li Lingfeng and the others whose yuan qi had been damaged, it was no different from a miracle pill. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of congested blood, their injuries would be completely healed. Li Lingfeng's face was cold as he sat next to Gu Fei. Azure Dragon, why did you invite me here? If you want to fight me, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Gu Fei said as he stared at the young man in black opposite him. In the private room, besides Hu Zhan, there was also the mysterious young man in purple and Gueteng, a young powerhouse of the Black Tortoise clan. It was impossible for the older generation to deal with Gu Fei and the others. Only the young powerhouses of the Southern Wilderness Barbarian clan would be unconvinced and want to get back at them for what they had done last night. Azure Dragon smiled and said, I know your purpose for coming to Dragon Emperor City. If I'm not mistaken, you're going to leave Dragon Emperor City in a few days. How? How did you know that? Gu Fei didn't think much of it, but Li Lingfeng couldn't help but be startled by Azure Dragon's words. How shuck, could it be that he knows our secret? Humph, where is this? This is Dragon Emperor City, the Southern Wilderness. There's nothing that we Southern Wilderness Barbarian clans don't know. Furthermore, this has happened more than once. Azure Dragon said coldly. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The Southern Wilderness Barbarian clan was not simple. They even knew such a secret. However, why didn't they intervene? Could it be that they were afraid of the three great Taoist sects? Since you understand, that's for the best. Goodbye. Gu Fei didn't want to say more and directly stood up. I want to challenge you. Azure Dragon also stood up and stared at Gu Fei's face with his bright eyes. An incomparably powerful battle intent surged out of Azure Dragon's body without any scruples. In an instant, Gu Fei felt a faintly discernible momentum. It had already locked onto him. This force was extremely powerful. This momentum originated from Azure Dragon. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became tense. A tense atmosphere filled every corner and every inch of space in the private room. Hu Zhan, Guitung, and the purple-haired youth abruptly stood up. Each of them was emitting a powerful energy wave. They stared at Gu Fei as if they were going to launch an attack at any time. Especially Hu Zhan. His muscles bulged all over. The muscles on his arms were knotted, and he gave off an extremely powerful oppressive feeling. If it was in normal times, I would be more than willing to fight you. However, now is not the right time. Gu Fei ignored the provocation of Azure Dragon and the others. Haha, good, good, good. Azure Dragon suddenly burst into laughter as he withdrew all of his momentum. The tense atmosphere in the private room was immediately dissolved by his laughter. I know you will return to Dragon Emperor City in 1 month. The battle between you and me will take place in 1 month. Azure Dragon said. It seemed that he really knew something. This was a top secret even in the 3 great Taoist sects. Even Azure Dragon and the others could know about it. The strength of the southern wilderness barbarian tribe could not be underestimated. If I can come back, even if you don't come for me, I will come for you. Gu Fei calmly glanced over the faces of Azure Dragon and the others. Then he turned around and walked out of the private room. Li Lingfeng also followed behind Gu Fei and left this place that made him feel depressed. Boss Azure Dragon, why did you let them go like this? Seeing Gu Fei's figure disappear at the top of the stairs, Hu Zhan said unhappily. This Gu Fei had almost killed him. Fortunately, the old ancestor of the tribe made a move in time and saved Hu Zhan from Gu Fei's sword light, allowing Hu Zhan to escape from Gu Fei's sword light. Of course, Hu Zhan didn't like Gu Fei. It's not the right time to make a move now. Azure Dragon sighed and sat down again. He picked up the flagon and poured himself a cup of wine. Then he drank it up. The current Dragon Emperor City was full of hidden forces. The situation was very complicated. If one was not careful, it might lead to a war between the major forces. As the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Azure Dragon clan, Azure Dragon had some scruples. After leaving the drunken immortal residence, Gu Fei had long lost interest in shopping. Then he wanted to return to the canvassing Moon Pavilion. However, when he passed by a shop that sold various kinds of beast crystals, he couldn't help but stop when he saw the various kinds of beast crystals. Junior brother Gu. Li Lingfeng, who had just felt relieved, became anxious again. Actually, the reason why Li Lingfeng accompanied Gu Fei out was to keep an eye on him. Gu Fei ignored Li Lingfeng and directly entered the shop. Hee, little brother, which kind of beast crystal do you want? We have a complete variety of beast crystals here, and the quality is even better. At the sight of Gu Fei, a tall and thin man hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Flaming Eagle's crystal core, 300 gold. Great Earth Bear's crystal core, 1,000 gold. Twin-headed Earth Python's crystal core, 10,000 gold. Beast crystals of different sizes, colors, and different spiritual source waves were displayed on the crystal counter in the shop. Gu Fei suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have any money on him. Gu Fei couldn't help smiling bitterly. Then he wanted to turn around and leave. Little brother, wait a moment. I have better beast crystals here. At the sight of Gu Fei leaving, the tall and thin man immediately went forward to stop Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help but stare. His eyes shone brightly, causing the tall and thin man to jump and unconsciously take a step back. Young master, don't be angry. Young master, don't be angry. I really have better beast crystals. They are left behind by a terrifying beast that failed to transform into a demon. The tall and thin man hurriedly took out a brocade box from his body and opened it. A dark green brilliance suddenly shot out from the brocade box. Gu Fei immediately felt a strong spiritual source wave. It seemed that the intensity of the spiritual source wave was not inferior to the wave emitted from the crystal core of the giant ape that he had killed before. Pa! The tall and thin man closed the brocade box. The dark green brilliance that shot out from the box immediately disappeared. At the same time, the brocade box also isolated the spiritual source wave. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave, 3 people suddenly walked in from outside the shop. Boss Bai, you didn't even inform me that you had good stuff. The first person was a short and fat young man dressed in a purple brocade robe. He held a bird cage in his hand and wore a crooked golden crown on his head. In the bird cage, there was a fist-sized bird with a red head and a green body. It was constantly fluttering in the bird cage. He was a complete spoiled brat. The 2 people following behind the short and fat young man, from their attire, should be the young man's attendants. Give it to me. After the short and fat young man holding the birdcage came in, he immediately extended a chubby and fleshy palm in front of the tall and thin man. This young master Zhong Li, this young master has already taken a liking to this beast crystal. You see, Boss Bai said with a troubled expression. Obviously, this Boss Bai did not want to sell the beast crystal to this young master Zhong Li. Although this beast crystal is good, I did not say that I want to buy it. Gu Fei was about to speak, but in the next moment he was choked by young master Zhong Li's tone. Humph! What the F***CK? Young master Zhong Li threw a disdainful glance at Gu Fei as he said, Go back to where you came from. Nobody in Dragon Emperor City dares touch what this young master has taken a liking to. Boss, I want that beast crystal. Gu Fei said calmly as he watched young master Zhong Li in a ridiculing way. Junior fellow apprentice Gu, it's better to avoid trouble. Li Lingfeng whispered to Gu Fei. Preposterous! How dare you look down on this young master? Remove the limbs of these 2 fellows for this young master. Before Li Lingfeng finished his words, young master Zhong Li had already started to clamor with the birdcage. At once, 7 to 8 tough men rushed in from outside the shop. The 2 burly men at the front didn't say anything and raised their fists to greet Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng. 3 tough men even drew out their long swords from their waists with clangs. Chapter 149. What a reckless slave! When Gu Fei raised his hand, the 7 or 8 fierce-looking burly men who had charged into the shop were immediately sent flying back to where they came from. The street was in an uproar at once. You, Fatty Zhongli, who was holding the birdcage in his hand, pointed at Gu Fei. His face was filled with fear, and his voice was trembling. You what? I'm going to slap you. With a sway of his body, Gu Fei immediately arrived in front of the fat man. His large hand covered the fat man's chubby, fair and tender face. Pa! Gu Fei's slap made the fatty dizzy. The birdcage in his hand also flew off and hit the wall before exploding. The exotic bird in the cage instantly flapped its wings and flew out of the store. It was impossible to kill someone in Dragon Emperor City, especially in the downtown area. However, it was impossible to let this playboy bully him without fighting back. After being slapped by Gu Fei, the fatty spun around for a few times. After staggering a few steps, he turned around as a big palm print appeared on his fat face. Gu Fei didn't use too much strength. If he wanted to kill this fatty, he only needed to spit out that immortal weapon's essence. You dare slap me? The fatty widely opened his eyes as if he couldn't believe it. He was extremely furious as he pointed at Gu Fei and said in a quivering voice, You dare slap me? Do you know who I am? How dare you slap me? Who the hell are you? Gu Fei said disdainfully as he raised his right hand again. Pa, Another loud slap landed on the fatty's face. The left cheek of the fatty had already swollen. What a slap! Even if he's a relative of the emperor, so what? Damn it, don't leave if you have the guts. Two resounding slaps in the face made Fatty so ashamed and resentful that his blood vessels were about to burst. He was a direct descendant of the family and was usually high and mighty. When had he ever received such inhuman treatment? With the protection of his clan power, Fatty Zhongli was as aggressive as a crab in Dragon Emperor City. He was always the one who beat others. No one had ever dared to touch him. Of course, a truly formidable person would feel that it was beneath them to bicker with him. Otherwise, this Fatty Zhongli would have died countless times over. However, he really thought that everyone was afraid of him, so he became even more domineering. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the fat man wanted to slip away. As he spoke harshly, he ran out of the store. Swoosh! Gu Fei disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of Fatty, blocking his path. Fatty Zhongli seemed to be unable to stop his momentum. Just as he was about to collide with Gu Fei, a sinister expression suddenly appeared on his face. A short stick-like object appeared in his hand under his large sleeves. Go to hell! Fatty Zhongli roared as if he had gone mad. His finger abruptly pressed down on a bulge on the short stick. Pum! Fatty Zhongli's sleeves exploded in a split second as fine blue lights shot out of his sleeves towards Gu Fei. Everyone was startled by this sudden scene. Li Lingfeng even cried out inwardly, and the shop owner was even more shocked. Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng didn't know the background of this foppish playboy. However, the boss knew the background of this fatty. Because he knew the background of this fatty, he became more frightened. Despicable bastard. Gu Fei couldn't help but become angry when he saw that the fatty was actually trying to kill him. If he was an ordinary person, wouldn't he have lost his life here today? Gu Fei's hand fell forward, and the dozens of blue lights were absorbed into his palm. Then he clenched his hand, and the dozens of ox-hair steel needles in his palm were immediately crushed into dust. Then he opened his palm, and the faint blue dust sprinkled down from between Gu Fei's fingers. Fatty Zhongli was stunned by the scene in front of him. He couldn't stop his forward momentum and directly hit Gu Fei's body. Then he bounced back and rolled on the ground. Damn you! Ever since Dong Fanglong and Beitang Ao plotted against Gu Fei with poison wine, he hated these guys who secretly attacked people. He originally wanted to punish this fatty, but he was really angry now. He directly took a step towards the fatty who had fallen on the ground. Junior fellow apprentice Gu, show mercy, don't kill him. Li Lingfeng was paying attention to Gu Fei's look. When he found that Gu Fei really wanted to kill that foppish playboy, Li Lingfeng was startled as he hurriedly stopped him. Li Lingfeng had long realized that this fatty was not an ordinary person. He might be a disciple of a major force in Dragon Emperor City. It was not worthwhile to offend the local force in Dragon Emperor City for this foppish playboy. Young master, please don't kill him for my sake. The tall and skinny shop owner also recovered from the shock at this time. His whole body was suddenly covered in cold sweat, and he hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade them. If this child Zhongli was killed in his own shop, he would have no place to stay in Dragon Emperor City, although being large. This child Zhongli must have a great background. Gu Fei's foot stopped in the air. Although he didn't really step down, his great strength had already pressed the fatty onto the ground, making him unable to move at all. Fatty Zhongli couldn't even speak at this time. He was gasping for breath. He felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on his body. All the bones in his body were cracking, as if they were about to fall apart. It was extremely uncomfortable. Clang, 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 clang. Sounds of weapons being unsheathed drifted from outside the shop. 9 bodyguards rushed in with shiny sabers and swords in their hands. Without any order, they had fiercely slashed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei slightly pressed forward with his right palm. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of metal breaking resounded as the 8 snow-white swords and sabers that were slashing towards them were all broken. The expressions of the 8 people immediately changed. Seeing that Gu Fei had broken their weapons with just a light press of his palm, they knew that they had kicked an iron plate today. Pa, pa, pa. Gu Fei slightly turned his palm, sending the 9 bodyguards flying away at once. At this moment, exclamations were heard outside the shop. It seemed that many people had gathered outside to watch the fun. "Your Excellency, could you please lift your leg and let go of my 3rd brother?" At this moment, a melodious voice drifted in from outside the shop. Closely after that, the light outside the shop dimmed as a peerless beauty walked in. The moment this woman appeared, the light she emitted caused even the light emitted by the beast crystals to dim. Her peerless beauty caused everyone's eyes to light up. There was a peerless beauty in South Wilderness. Her one smile could topple a city, another smile could topple a country. This was an incomparably dazzling beauty. No one could describe her beauty, because all the words of praise seemed incomparably pale in front of her. "And who are you?" Gu Fei retracted his right leg and calmly looked at the peerless beauty. It was undeniable that the woman in front of him had indeed stunned Gu Fei. Of course, this did not mean that this woman was much more beautiful than Zhao, Xiru, and Ling Luoyan. It could only be said that this woman had a unique temperament that Zhao, Xiru, and Ling Luoyan did not have. "I am Zhong Li Meng. May I know how to address you, young master?" Zhong Li Meng's tone was neither servile nor overbearing. The temperament she displayed was many times stronger than that fatty Zhong Li. As for that fatty Zhong Li Meng, after Gu Fei retracted his leg, he hurriedly crawled up from the ground and hid behind Zhong Li Meng. "Sister, quickly help me capture this damned fellow. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Zhong Li Meng stared at Gu Fei and said fiercely while gnashing his teeth, "Huh." Gu Fei glanced at the fatty Zhong Li Meng, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. Zhong Li Meng immediately became subdued. He had been beaten by Gu Fei and was afraid. Although his words were fierce, he hid behind his sister and did not dare to face Gu Fei. Supreme Mystery Sex, Gu Fei. Gu Fei could not be bothered with the fatty Zhong Li Meng anymore. He looked at the fairy-like Zhong Li Meng and said coldly, for Gu Fei, who was obsessed with martial arts, a peerless beauty was nothing more than a skeleton. It was difficult for her to move his heart. He believed that strength determined everything. "Gu Fei? You are Gu Fei?" Zhong Li Meng was obviously shocked. The name Gu Fei was not unfamiliar to her. The news that the White Tiger clan's Huzhan had been defeated by Gu Fei had already spread far and wide. "What have you heard of me?" Gu Fei said with some surprise. He did not know that his name had already spread among the major forces of the southern wilderness. "Haha, of course I know you. I also know that Huzhan of the White Tiger clan was defeated by you. He is known as the most outstanding descendant of the White Tiger clan, but he was actually defeated. This matter is enough to shake the entire southern wilderness and cause an uproar among the younger generation," Zhong Li Meng said with a smile. "Oh." Gu Fei did not deny it. "This is—" Zhong Li Meng's gaze shifted to Li Lingfeng. Supreme Mystery Sex Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng stepped forward and said, cultivators were naturally indifferent. Although Zhong Li Meng had a peerless beauty in front of Li Lingfeng, she was nothing more than a beautiful body. Zhong Li Meng could already tell from the eyes of both Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng that her beauty had no power in front of these two. "Ah, so it is Supreme Mystery Sex eldest senior brother. I have been disrespectful." Zhong Li Meng nodded to Li Lingfeng. At this time, everyone seemed to have forgotten the existence of the fat Zhong Li, which made the fat Zhong Li Meng very depressed. "Why are you still not leaving?" Zhong Li Meng suddenly said to the fat Zhong Li Meng in a low voice, then turned to Gu Fei and said, "My third brother has always been impulsive. If he has offended you in any way, For my sake, how about we write it off?" The fat Zhong Li Meng did not know what to do. He hurriedly walked out of the shop and left under the protection of the guards. "Humph!" Gu Fei snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Li Lingfeng could not wait to make a big deal out of a small matter, and Boss Bai of the shop naturally had no objections. However, a conflict had arrived, and in a few words it had turned into smoke. Chapter 150. Gu Fei didn't refuse Zhong Li Meng's invitation. Instead, he left the store. Under the guidance of Zhong Li Meng, Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng entered a palace in Dragon Emperor City. Zhong Li clan played an important role in Dragon Emperor City. As one of the major forces in South Wilderness, it was not strange for them to have a complex of palaces in Dragon Emperor City. Of course, when Gu Fei left the shop that sold beast crystals, he exchanged the beast crystal left behind by the ferocious beast that failed to attain rebirth and become a demon with a Dao art talisman. Seeing Gu Fei exchanging a high-level talisman for a beast crystal, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but feel pained. As for the shop owner, he was extremely happy because the value of the Dao talisman with Dao energy sealed within it was much higher than that beast crystal. Ferocious beast crystal nuclei were plentiful in the southern wasteland. As for Taoist talismans, even in the world of cultivation, they were rare and priceless items. The talisman that Gu Fei exchanged for the beast crystal was the one that he got from Wang Yuanji, a disciple of Great Void Peak. Wang Yuanji had never imagined that his life-saving talisman could be exchanged by Gu Fei for beast crystals. The reason why Gu Fei suddenly wanted to buy beast crystals was because of the bizarre Shaoqing snake which had taken his magic equipment pouch as its nest. The green snake could devour and refine the spiritual source in beast crystals. Gu Fei wanted to know what kind of existence this Shaoqing snake would become after refining numerous beast crystals. Gu Fei knew that beasts that could devour and refine beast crystals definitely had endless potential. Zhong Li Meng led Gu Fei and the others into a palace. After that, they sat down respectively. A group of maids immediately served all kinds of desserts and placed them on the table in front of each of them. "Brother Gu, I have a person who has been thinking about you day and night." After sitting down, Zhong Li Meng covered his face with his sleeve and said with a sweet smile, "Oh." Gu Fei became stunned. "It seems that I didn't have any romantic affairs in the secular world. I want to see who that person is. Sisterling, come out." Zhong Li Meng shouted towards the back of the palace. Then a person walked out from the back of the palace. When Gu Fei saw that person, he couldn't help but frown. Not only did he know this person, he was also very familiar with him. "Gu Fei, it's really you." The person who walked out from the back hall was a handsome young master who was waving a folding fan in his hand. However, this young master's voice was very delicate. When that person saw Gu Fei, she was immediately overjoyed. She wanted to pounce on Gu Fei and throw herself into his wide and sturdy embrace. However, her feet seemed to have taken root on the ground, and she did not move at all. "It's you." The person who came out from the back hall had a special relationship with him. This was because the person who walked out was Ling Luoyan, who was disguised as a man. Although the beautiful Ling Luoyan was dressed as a man, her peerless beauty was hard to conceal, and she wasn't inferior to Zhong Li Meng in the slightest. Her skin was like white jade, and her eyes were like autumn waters. Her slender body and graceful figure were like the morning air that was filled with freshness. She was truly graceful and elegant. Ling Luoyan, who was dressed as a man, had a different kind of beauty to her. Seeing how cold Gu Fei was towards her, as if they were strangers, Ling Luoyan's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stood there in a daze, as if she had lost a moment. The exceptionally intelligent Zhong Li Meng immediately noticed something from their expressions. The relationship between the two of them didn't seem to be ordinary. Gu Fei didn't expect to see Ling Luoyan here. A trace of astonishment appeared on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. Little sisterling," Zhong Li Meng called out a few times before Ling Luoyan's soul returned to her senses. Seeing Ling Luoyan like this, she couldn't help but shake her head. At this time, even Li Lingfeng could tell that this woman, who came out of the rear hall dressed as a man, treated Gu Fei a little differently. When did junior brother Gu get to know this woman? Li Lingfeng was a little puzzled. Gu Fei had always been cultivating in Taishan Mountain, and he had never left the mountain. Even if Li Lingfeng scratched her head, she would never have imagined that Gu Fei had met Ling Luoyan during the period when he went missing in Yunming Mountain, and that there had been some misunderstanding between the two of them. "Little sister Ling, come and sit here." Zhong Li Meng patted the seat beside him and said to Ling Luoyan. Ling Luoyan walked to Zhong Li Meng's side absent-mindedly and sat down. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and sorrow as she looked at Gu Fei. Anyone would be moved by such emotions. Gu Fei was a normal man. How could he not see Ling Luoyan's intentions when such a beautiful woman was interested in him? However, the world of cultivation was filled with dangers, and Gu Fei wasn't strong enough. If his state of mind was disturbed by worldly love, it would be difficult for him to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. "Brother Gu, my little sister Ling seems to be deeply in love with you. Do you want to express something?" Zhong Li Meng winked at Gu Fei and said slyly. "Express what?" Gu Fei said expressionlessly. "What an unromantic rock." Zhong Li Meng couldn't help but say. As he looked around, it was as if 100 flowers were blooming, causing everyone's eyes to light up. When Ling Luoyan heard Gu Fei's reply, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of sadness in her eyes. Zhong Li Meng wanted to say more, but at that moment, a blazing wave of heat suddenly came from outside the hall. It was a wave of fire-like energy. "Zhong Li Meng, I'm here." Then a gentle voice with a hint of firmness could be heard from outside the hall. From the voice, it could be seen that it was a woman. "Oh no, why is she here?" When she heard that voice, Zhong Li Meng's expression changed, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She seemed to be a little worried about the woman who had suddenly appeared outside the hall. While the voice was still echoing in the hall, Gu Fei and the others saw a figure in a fiery red robe striding in from outside the door. It was a woman, a young woman in her early 20s. She wore a fiery red, tight-fitting robe, and her hair was tied into a ponytail. She had a beautiful face, a slender figure, and a valiant and heroic bearing. This woman looked like a valiant general charging through enemy lines, and she carried a fiery red spear on her back. The tip of the spear was also fiery red, as if it was burning with a divine flame. What a strong woman! Gu Fei and the others felt a strong sense of oppression from this woman. The blazing wave of heat came from this woman's body. As soon as she stepped into the hall, the temperature in the hall immediately shot up. Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, and Zhong Li Meng didn't feel any discomfort, but Ling Luoyan, who didn't have a high cultivation base, felt unbearably hot, as if she was sitting next to a bonfire. The red-clothed woman's gaze swept across the hall and finally landed on Gu Fei. The woman looked at Gu Fei and suddenly revealed a bright smile. "Why is she smiling at me?" Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, a bad premonition surged in his heart, causing him to be wary of this woman. At this moment, a swoosh! The red-clothed woman disappeared on the spot and turned into a ray of fiery light. She used her palm like a blade, and the fiery light burst forth as she slashed at Gu Fei 3 times. The red-clothed woman wasn't completely fearless. She had restrained the vast fire elemental energy to an extremely small area in her palm, evidently not wanting to cause any damage to the things in the hall. The heat wave was oppressive. Under the envelopment of the 3 fiery blade auras, Gu Fei felt as if he was in a sea of fire. He sat still and directly threw out 3 punches. His punches were colorless, but they miraculously blocked the 3 fiery blade auras. Crack! The floor beneath the red-clothed woman's feet instantly cracked from her stomp, and she was forced to take a step back from the recoil. In an instant, it seemed as if the winner had been decided. Seeing this scene, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but feel uneasy. He definitely didn't want anything to happen in these 2 or 3 days. However, it was obvious that the young experts of the southern wilderness weren't convinced and had begun to look for trouble. As the saying goes, the tree wants peace, but the wind won't stop. He didn't want to look for trouble, but trouble came knocking on his door. Good, as expected of the Taoism expert who defeated Hu Zhan. The red-clothed woman looked at Gu Fei, and a terrifying power surged from her body. She didn't even bother to conceal her battle intent. Everyone's expression changed. The southern wilderness was a land of great heroes and geniuses. It really couldn't be underestimated. The woman in front of them was definitely a leading figure of the young generation in the southern wilderness. The phoenix perches on the parasol tree, and the fire shines on the south. Princess Feng of the vermilion bird tribe has graced my humble abode with your presence. It's truly an honor. At this moment, Zhong Limeng had already stood up and welcomed her with a smile. The vermilion bird tribe? Gu Fei stood up as well. A pulse of energy as tremendous as the ocean and as heavy as a mountain radiated from Gu Fei. His eyes flickered with a gaze as sharp as a blade as he stared at the princess before him. His battle intent surged, as if he wanted to fight her. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise were the outstanding successors of the 4 sacred clans of the southern wilderness. Gu Fei had already met all of them. Every single one of them was an impressive young expert, possessing strength that allowed them to look down on their peers. Feng Shiwu of the Vermilion Bird Clan. The princess did not waste any time, directly stating her name. Afterwards, she extended her hand and drew the spear on her back. With a shake of the spear, it was like a venomous dragon had emerged from the sea. The tip of the spear was directly pointed at Gu Fei. The spear in her hand was engraved with simple, fiery patterns. It seemed to be forged from divine metal that still gave off flames, and it seemed to be enveloped in a layer of fire. This was definitely a rare god armament. The presence of the god armament merged with Feng Shiwu's presence, giving off a feeling like she had become one with the spear. Chapter 151. Boom! A great rumble rang out in the battlefield. It was like a clap of thunder. The surging ripples of energy alarmed the Zhongli family of Dragon Emperor City. The descendants of the Zhongli family were extremely surprised. They all rushed out of their places of cultivation and made their way to the clan's battlefield. End of story. 2 silhouettes that were as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning moved on the huge white jade fighting field. They repeatedly blasted out terrifying killing moves that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The intense energy collided, causing the open-air white jade fighting field of the Zhong family to tremble unceasingly. The Zhongli family truly was extravagant. The colossal battlefield was actually completely constructed out of premium white jade. They had even set up a formation in the battlefield, sealing up and nullifying the terrifying power that the experts in the battlefield had erupted with. By now, the formation of the battlefield had already been activated. At this moment, every piece of white jade that made up the arena emitted a misty brilliance. An unfathomable power sealed the entire arena, completely dispelling the residual power that leaked out, preventing it from being destroyed. Clearly, the Zhongli clan's battle arena was extraordinary. It was specially constructed for battles between experts. The vast and terrifying power of the 2 experts in the battle arena was completely sealed within the battle arena. Only a very small amount of power was able to break through the seal and leak out. Outside the battlefield, Li Lingfeng, Zhong Limeng, and Ling Luoyan all watched the battle nervously. It had to be mentioned that the strength of the 2 people in the battlefield was enough for them to look down on their peers. As it turned out, the battle between Feng Shiwu of the Vermilion Bird Clan and Gu Fei was already unavoidable. Both of them were eager for battle, so they had already drawn their swords in the hall. They had almost attacked each other. Fortunately, Zhong Liming had arrived in time and brought the two of them to the white jade battlefield of the clan, allowing them to fight to their heart's content without any worries. The clothes on Gu Fei's upper body were already in tatters. His upper body, which seemed to be forged from refined iron, contained an extremely tyrannical strength. With just a single step, Gu Fei vanished from where he was. Only an extremely faint blur remained in the air. He was just too fast, so fast that he was basically unrecognizable to the naked eye. A punch, a very ordinary punch, directly landed on the tip of Feng Shiwu's spear. The tremendous power shook the ground. Bang! With a bang, the fist and the spearhead, which was wreathed in raging flames, instantly collided. It was like two pieces of godly metal colliding, and a glaring light burst out, causing people to close their eyes subconsciously. A powerful energy fluctuation that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas exploded in an instant. The shaft of the raging flame's divine spear was bent by Gu Fei's powerful punch. Feng Shiwu's hands had almost lost their grip on the spear. Her palms and even her arms had all suffered from the violent impact from the spear. She could not help but be surprised by Gu Fei's strength. Using one's own body to fight against the divine spear in one's hand, even in the southern wasteland. None of the young experts from the other forces would dare to be so crazy. Even the number one person of the Azure Dragon clan's younger generation, Azure Dragon, did not dare to do so. Gu Fei seemed like a colossal mountain, radiating with unfathomable power. He knocked Feng Shiwu back with a punch, and the ground of the battlefield leapt up with his seemingly ordinary punch. As if it were not for the unfathomable power that blocked Gu Fei's punch, the jade tiles of battlefield had leapt up a long time ago before shattering to dust. Vermilion bird divine skill, spear strikes at the 9 heavens! Feng Shiwu bellowed out and raised the raging flames divine spear in her hand. The spear that had been bent by Gu Fei's punch immediately straightened. Afterwards, the tip of the spear erupted with light that resembled the scorching sun, stabbing towards Gu Fei's chest like a star. Roaring flames swept out from Feng Shiwu's body, swallowing her along with the spear that she had sent towards Gu Fei in a single moment. A colossal figure of a vermilion bird and a fire phoenix appeared. The cry of a phoenix rang through the 9 heavens. The vermilion bird and fire phoenix condensed from endless flames flapped its wings and raised its head, pecking towards Gu Fei. The spectators outside the battlefield were extremely shocked. The phoenix formed from flames shook up an entire region. The people of the Zhongli family knew that an expert of the Vermilion Bird clan was fighting in the battlefield. The terrifyingly high temperature was enough to melt metal, but Gu Fei, who was facing this high temperature, treated it as a gentle breeze. His bright eyes were fixed on the huge phoenix that was anxiously pecking at him. In the eyes of others, it was a phoenix condensed from the flames of the vermilion bird. However, his gaze pierced through the layer of flames outside, seeing a ball of light as resplendent as a star hidden within the phoenix. The ball of light was condensed from the tip of Feng Shiwu's spear. Under the thrust, the space shook up, and transparent ripples expanded from the phoenix. Feng Shiwu's spear was unstoppable. Although it was not as terrifying as stirring up the 9 heavens, it truly shook up an entire region of the world. His body, brimming with power, left behind a blur. Gu Fei advanced instead of retreating, directly throwing a punch at the incoming phoenix without the slightest hesitation. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had descended from the 9th heaven, and a deafening sound pierced through the sky. In that instant, the battle arena emitted a bright light, and mysterious runes appeared on the white jade bricks of the battle arena, blocking the energy storm that had erupted. Even with that being the case, the entire battlefield shook. Over a dozen figures rushed over, but with a wave of Zhongli Meng's hand, they immediately backed off silently. Clearly, the experts of the Zhongli family stationed in Dragon Emperor City had been alarmed. A startling sight unfolded in the battlefield. A wild figure threw a punch at the vermilion bird and fire phoenix the size of a hill, wreathed in flames. Before the vermilion bird and fire phoenix condensed from endless flames, the figure was so insignificant. However, it was this insignificant figure that had shaken up the colossal vermilion bird and fire phoenix. The vermilion bird and fire phoenix collapsed. Afterwards, as if there was a chain reaction, the mountain-sized vermilion bird and fire phoenix collapsed from the head to the neck, then to the body. It completely collapsed, dispersing into nothingness. Clang! A fiery red figure flew out from the dispersing flames. Thump! 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 After landing on the ground, the fiery red figure staggered over a dozen steps back. Clang! He stabbed the spear into the ground behind him, and only then did he stop his retreat. Gu Feiquang was like a ferocious beast, emitting a boundless ferocious aura as he took large strides forward. With every step he took, the ground trembled, and the power of the earth rushed out from the ground. Fist of Earth. Endless power of the earth gathered towards Gu Fei's right fist from all directions. Afterwards, he directly threw a punch at Feng Shiwu. Gray light surged forward, as terrifying as the waves. Feng Shiwu's expression immediately changed. Having fought until now, he could not help but admit that he was not Gu Fei's opponent. Tiger's defeat was not undeserved. This Gu Fei's strength had indeed surpassed the boundary of the self-awakening realm. Seeing how the gray power of the Fist of Earth had already completely sealed off the path ahead, Feng Shiwu pushed off the ground without even thinking, turning into a phoenix and rushing into the air, avoiding the power of the fist. At the same time, the spear in his hand erupted with resplendent light, piercing through space and stabbing towards Gu Fei. The light from the spear was like a rainbow, ripping through the surroundings. It was as resplendent as lightning, radiating with a chilling aura of destruction. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. He took a step and rose into the air. Boom! The unparalleled light from the spear immediately struck where Gu Fei stood before. The ground did not explode. An unfathomable power nullified all of the terrifying power in the light. Streaks of light slithered about on the ground like silver snakes. Feng Shiwu's full-powered strike failed to shake up the battlefield, nor did it destroy it. Gu Fei rushed into the air with a single step before striding through the air. With a single step, terrifying power immediately surged beneath his feet, which he then rushed towards Feng Shiwu. Just admit defeat. You're not my opponent. Gu Fei gazed at Feng Shiwu below and said proudly. His voice echoed through the battlefield. Desolate steps, 8 kills. A single step was as heavy as a mountain, suddenly appearing above Feng Shiwu's head. It made Feng Shiwu feel like Mount Tai was pressing down on him. When the desolate steps was fast, it could reach the extremities of 8 steps. When it faced an enemy, it could also reach the extremities of 8 steps. A single step was enough to unleash the might of collapsing mountains. Humph. There's no such thing as admitting defeat in my dictionary. Fire Phoenix dances through the 9 heavens. Feng Shiwu bellowed out. Afterwards, a tremendous pulse of energy erupted from her body. Roaring flames surged from her body, and she seemed to turn into a fire phoenix that soared above the 9 heavens. In a split second, she charged out from under Gu Fei's desolate steps. Gu Fei followed up with a second step. Like he had teleported, he appeared above Feng Shiwu in the blink of an eye. Terrifying power surged beneath his feet, and transparent ripples expanded into the surroundings. Even the space around him had twisted. Although he was 20 to 30 meters away from the ground of white jade still trembled constantly despite being protected by power. However, it was not destroyed. What a terrifying ability! Outside the battlefield, Zhong Liman exclaimed. She was extremely surprised that Gu Fei's power could actually shake up the battlefield. That's not an ability. Li Lingfeng stared at the figure in the sky, that resembled both a god and a demon. Her eyes shone brilliantly. Not an ability. Could it be a Tao technique? Zhong Li Meng exclaimed. She did not sense any Tao technique fluctuations from Gu Fei's body. It's not a mystique or a Taoist technique, but it's better than a mystique or a Taoist technique. What he cultivates is martial, Li Lingfeng murmured with a calm expression. Wu, the martial Tao actually has such a great power that it can rival divine abilities and Tao techniques? Not only was Zhong Li Meng shocked, even Ling Luoyan was shocked. The inheritance of the ancient martial way had long been severed. The so-called martial skills in the world, however, did not have martial, only skills. Martial techniques without martial couldn't be compared to divine abilities and Tao arts at all. The people of the younger generation had long since forgotten what martial arts was. When Li Lingfeng said that what Gu Fei practiced was actually martial arts, Zhong Li Meng and the rest were shocked. Martial techniques were mediocre and could not be considered elegant. This was already a common understanding among the current generation of cultivators. However, what they did not know was that in ancient times, cultivators who had achieved success in cultivation were enough to slaughter immortals, gods, and demons. They were terrifying existences that were almost undefeatable. With Gu Fei's second step, Feng Shiwu was in danger. Wind and lightning seemed to surge beneath Gu Fei's feet, whistling wildly. Chapter 152. Taking a step through the air, Gu Fei took a second step. Wind and lightning immediately surged beneath his feet. Piercing gales seemed to sweep through the sky, and an indescribable pressure filled the battlefield. Let's do it! The power of Gu Fei's step was as violent as a landslide, sealing up the surroundings and causing the space to distort violently as if it was about to collapse. She could not dodge at all. All Feng Shiwu could do was grit her teeth and unleash her power desperately, pouring it into the spear in her hand. Afterwards, she directly thrust it towards Gu Fei's right foot. Swish! The air was immediately pierced, and the space there trembled. The spear was like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. The tip of the spear turned into a streak of light, piercing through the air and colliding viciously with Gu Fei's right foot. Pum! Feng Shiwu directly retreated. Even the webbing between her thumb and index finger had ruptured from the impact. A sliver of blood oozed from the corner of her lips. She had already shown signs of defeat. However, Feng Shiwu possessed the bloodline of the divine bird of the south. Like a phoenix bathed in fire, her presence instead became even more powerful after being injured. Flames surged from her body, and the space around her distorted from the heat of the flames. It was extremely terrifying. Gu Fei's gaze was as sharp as a blade. The profound art in his body circulated rapidly, pushing his strength to the limit. As his right foot endured the violent power that erupted, he had already stepped out with his left foot. Swish! Gu Fei's figure directly vanished. With his third step, he enveloped Feng Shiwu again, sealing up the surroundings with the power of destruction. The ground is beneath my feet. Gu Fei seemed to have become an unkillable god of war that looked down on the world. His unparalleled presence that trampled over the surroundings made the hearts of everyone outside shiver. Such vigor only made Zhong Liming and Ling Luoyan's eyes shine with interest. Li Lingfeng, on the other hand, had a solemn look on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Damn it! Feng Shiwu roared furiously inside. She felt like she still could not dodge. She had no other choice. She shook the spear of flames with all her strength and unleashed a power that was as vast as waves. She raised the spear to resist, and the spear erupted with resplendent light that could even make the sun pale. She forcefully clashed with Gu Fei. The sound of cracking could be heard continuously. The white jade ground began to crack. The entire white jade arena looked like it was being crushed by a huge mountain, constantly cracking. However, in the end, it was not an ordinary fighting ground. It was made of white jade and had the protection of a formation. After the cracks on the ground collapsed, they quickly reformed. Then, with a flash of green light, the ground instantly returned to its original state. The battlefield of the Zhongli family seemed very difficult to destroy. At the very least, it was not something that Gu Fei and Feng Shiwu could destroy. But even then, some of the older generation experts of the Zhongli clan were already shocked in their hearts. Being able to collapse the arena was sufficient to show how terrifying the cultivations of these two young men in battle were. He was already comparable to those of the older generation. Bang! Feng Shiwu was knocked back once again. She coughed up blood and staggered a few steps back. Her hair was in a mess, but she still gripped the spear of flames firmly, brimming with battle intent. Roar! Feng Shiwu roared at the sky. At this moment, she was no longer a woman, but a warrior who lived for battle. The Vermilion Bird clan's mysterious method of the Undying Phoenix circulated to the limit, and the form of the Undying Phoenix appeared on her. She sprayed with a mouthful of blood, and the flames on her seemed to have been doused with kerosene. With a whoosh, they immediately flourished. The flames on her had already become almost transparent. They radiated with terrifying heat, causing the ground around her to crackle and crackle. Sparks flew everywhere and streamed with light. The terror of the Undying Phoenix was beyond doubt. Feng Shiwu was like an undying vermilion bird. Every time she was injured, she seemed to unleash even greater power, and her wounds would heal in an instant too. As long as she was not fatally injured, she was an undying cockroach. All right, let's see if you can withstand my fourth step, Gu Fei said sternly. With his fourth step, Gu Fei seemed to become the world, merging with the space there. Afterwards, he led a region of the world downwards. Rumble. Heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. As Gu Fei took his fourth step, a terrifying power came crashing down. This time, Feng Shiwu struggled to maintain her composure. She could already tell that Gu Fei's cultivation had actually already touched the edge of Wei's. Skill was close to Wei's. That was the unique ability of transcending mortality. He was only a hair's breadth away from transcending mortality, but breaking through the shackles of the ninth heavenly layer was anything but easy. End of Book 2. To Gu Fei, who had embarked on the path of martial arts, it was even more difficult. However, as a fighter, even if Gu Fei had not broken through to transcending mortality, he possessed the strength of transcending mortality. Faced with a terrifying attack that seemed like the collapse of the world, Feng Shiwu's eyes that looked at Gu Fei shone with a sharp light. She was not afraid. Surging battle intent erupted. The more pressure Gu Fei gave her, the better. It would be best if he could threaten her life. Only then would she be able to break through her current bottleneck in cultivation. Tempered in pressure, refined between life and death. Tremendous power erupted from Feng Shiwu. She was even more valiant and threatening than the man. Surging flames immediately filled the entire corner of the battlefield, incinerating everything. The protective formation of the battlefield had been completely activated. Within the hazy light, transparent inscriptions constantly flickered, restraining and blocking the power in the battlefield, preventing it from leaking out. If the power that Gu Fei and Feng Shiwu gave off leaked out of the battlefield, the hall of the Zhongli family in Dragon Emperor City would be reduced to ruins. The more powerful they were, the more powerful they would become. Feng Shiwu of the Vermilion Bird clan had clearly reached a bottleneck in her cultivation, which was why she had come looking for Gu Fei without any regard, requesting a battle. At such a sensitive time, none of the organizations in Dragon Emperor City were willing to act recklessly. Not only had the people of the three major schools of Taoism entered the southern wilderness, but even demonic cultivators and demons had begun appearing in the southern wilderness too. If it was demons, then so be it. They were sentient beings in the world after all, having developed intelligence and cultivated to this level. However, demonic cultivators were different. Demonic cultivators could be described as the enemies of all cultivators on a tongue-long continent. Slaughtering the people and massacring the world was demonic. However, Feng Shui did not care that much. Other people had qualms, afraid of attacking Gu Fei, but she had no qualms at all. After receiving the news that Gu Fei was in the Zhongli family, she came looking for him immediately. An opponent like Gu Fei was exactly what she needed right now. Against an opponent like Gu Fei, the bloodline of the vermilion bird in Feng Shui's body seemed to awaken. Resplendent flames erupted from her body. A divine bird of fire struggled on her body as if it wanted to burst out. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. At this moment, Gu Fei's fourth step had already arrived. The sky erupted with chilling ripples as a sharp and terrifying aura of destruction swept over. Waves of energy shook up the sky. Feng Shui sensed great danger. Rumble. The terrifying sound waves, enough to shatter the world, made her feel like her head was splitting. The sound waves actually directly passed through and shook up her soul. Boom! Even the sky trembled. The disturbance was extremely startling. With a stomp, space completely distorted, erupting with the greatest power. At this moment, Gu Fei had also unleashed his greatest battle prowess. 8 steps, 8 kills. With his current cultivation, he could only barely reach the 4th step. He had already pushed all of his martial arts to the limits of what his body could endure. Using a martial skill to draw on the power of the world and erupt with a stomp, the impact his body had to endure was unimaginable. Gu Fei's face was extremely solemn. With a stomp of his foot, the surging divine flames below immediately collapsed and dissipated without a sound. In the sea of flames, a flaming divine bird was about to struggle out, but it was stomped back by Gu Fei. As if he had been struck by lightning, Feng Shui shuddered violently before being blown away by the tremendous force. She struggled to hold onto the spear in her hand any longer. It flew out of her hand, splattering the battlefield with blood. The flames in the sky vanished, and Gu Fei drifted down from above. His bearing of looking down on the world was completely revealed. All the spectators outside the battlefield could not help but be shaken. Feng Shui's delicate body directly passed through the screen of light. With a boom, she smashed a pavilion on the side of the battlefield to pieces, rolling into the dust. A descendant of the South is nothing more than this. Gu Fei was extremely forceful. With a swish, he directly charged out of the battlefield, continuing to press towards Feng Shui. In Gu Fei's eyes, Feng Shui was not a woman but an opponent. He would not show mercy just because she was a woman. Everyone outside the battlefield was astounded. Zhong Liming's expression became very ugly too. After all, this was the Zhong family. If anything happened to Feng Shui, their Zhong family would be in great trouble too. Brother Gu, wait. Junior brother Gu, stop before you go too far. Zhong Liming and Li Lingfeng stopped him in a hurry. The Vermilion Bird clan of the South possessed an endless heritage in the South. They were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. Even when up against Taoist sects like the 3 great sects of Taoism, they would not falter. This was what Zhong Liming and Li Lingfeng were worried about. Gu Fei stopped, and Zhong Liming and Li Lingfeng both let out a sigh of relief. However, Gu Fei did not stop because of what they said. Instead, when Gu Fei pressed towards Feng Shui, he suddenly felt a sense of alarm, which made him shudder with fear. It was as if a primordial beast was staring at him from the shadows. Yeah, there really is someone behind this Feng Shui. There's a master secretly protecting her. Gu Fei thought of something and immediately understood. Humph. The people of the South are far too protective of their own. At a crucial moment, someone jumps out and saves her. Gu Fei could not help but feel extremely disdainful. Sure enough, the moment Gu Fei stopped, a figure suddenly appeared in the shattered pavilion and scooped up Feng Shui. Feng Shui was quite injured this time. The power of her bloodline that was about to awaken had been forcefully forced back into her body by Gu Fei, which was a huge blow to her. However, she had achieved her objective as well. The bottleneck to her cultivation had already loosened up. She believed that before long, her cultivation would reach a new level. It was a middle-aged woman. After scooping up Feng Shiwu, she glanced at Gu Fei coldly before saying nothing else. She flew off with Feng Shiwu in her arms. At the same time, the spear of flames was sucked away by her, vanishing from everyone's vision very quickly. At this moment, a strand of firelight suddenly flew over from the sky before stopping in front of Li Lingfeng. Afterwards, the firelight condensed into a line of words before vanishing into thin air. A communication talisman? Zhong Liming could not help but be taken aback when he saw this. Chapter 153. Fire Talisman Imparting Technique could even be used by cultivators who had awakened their cultivation base. However, it was not an easy task to cultivate this Dao technique to the point where it could travel 1,000 li in a breath and reach others with unerring accuracy. Outside the Zhongli clan's arena, Li Lingfeng immediately called out to Gu Fei to leave as soon as he saw the fire talisman. It seemed that something had happened that made Li Lingfeng extremely nervous. Gu Fei was startled, but he didn't stop. His figure flashed, and he turned into an extremely faint shadow as he chased after Li Lingfeng. Gu Fei! Ling Luoyan exclaimed outside the arena. After coming to Dragon Emperor City, she had finally seen Gu Fei again. However, Gu Fei had already left after only a few words. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Although Gu Fei heard Ling Luoyan's voice, he didn't stop. His figure flashed a few times, and he disappeared from the sky above the palaces in the blink of an eye. The setting sun shone in the west, and the sunset glow was like fire. A few birds flew past the horizon, and it was quiet around the Zhongli clan's arena. Zhongli Meng lowered his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, Ling Luoyan looked in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared with a disappointed expression. It could be seen that she had truly fallen in love with Gu Fei. After a long while, whispers could be heard outside the arena. Only then did the group of Zhongli clan disciples recover their wits, and they started to talk about the marvelous battle just now. After exchanging glances with each other, the older generation experts of the Zhongli clan left. This battle was destined to be known throughout the southern wilderness. Gu Fei's name was unparalleled in Dragon Emperor City, and he became the focus of all the cultivators in the southern wilderness. After defeating Hu Zhan, an elite of the younger generation of the White Tiger clan, and the genius girl of the Vermilion Bird clan, it would be hard for Gu Fei not to become famous. However, this also caused some young cultivators who wanted to become famous to have their eyes on Gu Fei. They wanted to step on Gu Fei and make him their stepping stone. However, there were not many people who dared to look for Gu Fei. After all, his strength was there for all to see. After defeating the experts of the White Tiger clan and the Vermilion Bird clan, Gu Fei had become the king among his peers. In a pavilion in Dragon Emperor City, a handsome young man with long eyebrows and sign clothes was holding a piece of intelligence sent by his subordinate with a solemn look. Gu Fei, I did not misjudge you. You will be the strongest opponent I, Azure Dragon, have faced since my debut. Our battle. I look forward to it. The green-robed youth clenched his fist, and the silk cloth in his hand immediately shattered into thousands of pieces. The news of Gu Fei defeating Feng Shiwu had already reached the Azure Dragon's hands. Humph! Gu Fei, you're really lucky. Even the Southern Wastelands experts couldn't defeat you. What a pity. At the same time, in another place of Dragon Emperor City, a youth in white clothes with a quaint long saber on his waist was muttering by the window. Outside the window, there was a small bridge and flowing water. Several palaces could be vaguely seen among the red flowers and green leaves. This was a rare garden. How great would it be if my Dongfang family could use someone like this? However, since you've already become my enemy, I can only kill you. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The youth's eyes shone with viciousness. At this moment, Gu Fei had already returned to the canvassing lunar restaurant with Li Lingfeng. As soon as they set foot in the canvassing lunar restaurant, they sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. After entering the canvas moon pavilion, when the disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect were staying in the courtyard, they saw that inside the courtyard, Ziyu and the other 8 disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect were already waiting. What's going on? As soon as Li Lingfeng entered the courtyard, he asked Ziyu in a low voice. The fire talisman message did not explain why he and Gu Fei had been summoned back. It was only said that it was an extremely urgent matter. However, Li Lingfeng knew that if there wasn't an emergency, the sect would not use fire talisman messages. After all, fire talisman messages were like the legends of the flying swords of Guangqing immortal sect. They would not easily send out such messages to their disciples, unless there was an emergency. Yu shook his head at Li Lingfeng. At this moment in the courtyard, the door to Dan Chenzi's room was pushed open. He took a step out, and the ground seemed to shrink to an inch, as if he was teleporting. His figure flashed, and Dan Chenzi was already in front of everyone. "You're back," Dan Chenzi said calmly as he glanced at Li Lingfeng and Gu Fei. "Greetings, Uncle Master." Everyone hurriedly bowed. Dan Chenzi's seniority was extremely high in the sect, and he was regarded as the cultivator with the greatest chance to become a great cultivator. Dan Chenzi's seniority was much higher than that of the masters of everyone present. He was an influential figure in the Taishan sect. Otherwise, he would not have been sent by Taoist Xiantian to take charge of this trip to the ruined sky. Dan Chenzi nodded, then said, "Things have changed, so I called you all here. All right, quickly pack up. We'll be leaving immediately." Leaving immediately? The most outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the Taishan sect could not help but look at each other in shock. Gu Fei also could not help but frown. However, no one had any objections, because Dan Chenzi's words were in order. As juniors, they had to obey absolutely. Therefore, after a moment of shock, everyone immediately dispersed and rushed back to their residences. Gu Fei had nothing on him. Everything that was useful was on him, so he had nothing to pack. Everyone had returned to their residences, and only he was still standing there. Dan Chenzi looked at Gu Fei with some surprise. "You don't have anything to pack." When Gu Fei heard this, he replied, "Martial uncle, my things don't leave me easily." Very good." Dan Chenzi nodded. He was very satisfied with Gu Fei's performance. Gu Fei had been preparing at all times. This kind of seriousness was very rare. "I also heard a little about what happened in the past 2 days. You did very well. You have made our Taishan sect proud." Dan Chenzi looked at Gu Fei with a rare smile on his face. Gu Fei's face was still calm. He did not show any emotion at Dan Chenzi's praise. He calmly said, "This is nothing." Gu Fei's tone was as if he was talking about something unimportant. This surprised Dan Chenzi a little, and he looked at Gu Fei with interest. "If you knew where those people came from, you would know how amazing what you have done is," Dan Chenzi said. At this time, the others had already packed up their things and were walking over. After a while, everyone was neatly equipped and stood in front of Dan Chenzi. They were valiant and high-spirited, and they had the spirit to kill the enemy. Of course, the battle between cultivators was much more dangerous than going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. If they were not careful, their souls would be destroyed, and they would not even have the chance to reincarnate. They would completely disappear from the world. After seeing that all the disciples had arrived, Dan Chenzi took out a scroll from his sleeve and spread it out. The power sealed in the scroll was immediately activated, and a misty green light enveloped Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei only felt his body tighten, and a strange force seemed to bind him. Then he saw the scene in front of him begin to blur. A green light not only wrapped around Gu Fei and the other disciples, but also enveloped Dan Chenzi. In an instant, the space that was enveloped by the green light seemed to suddenly collapse. There was a tremor and then there was a flash of light. Dan Chenzi, Gu Fei, and the others disappeared from the courtyard. After a while, swoosh, a green-clothed old man appeared in the courtyard. He sized up the surroundings and muttered, "They're finally gone." This old man seemed to heave a sigh of relief. This old man was precisely the mysterious expert of the Canopy Lunar Pavilion that had obstructed the battle between the Azure Dragon and Gu Fei that night. The Canopy Lunar Pavilion didn't seem to be as simple as an inn. Gu Fei seemed as if he was riding on the clouds and mist, unable to go up to the sky or down to the ground. It was as if he was passing through space with everyone else. Besides an expanse of green light, it was an expanse of mistiness, and he was unable to see anything clearly. Even time seemed to have stopped, and Gu Fei was even unable to feel the passage of time. This feeling caused Gu Fei's heart to feel stuffy, and his head seemed to be slightly dizzy. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed to be an instant, yet it also seemed to be very long. Gu Fei suddenly felt his body loosen up, and the strange force that bound him had vanished. It vanished so abruptly, and Gu Fei was completely not mentally prepared for it. When their feet landed on the ground, the green light dissipated, and everyone seemed to have walked out from space. They looked around blankly, and the surrounding scenery started to gradually become clear from blurry. The Tao art of spatial teleportation was sealed within that scroll. Gu Fei felt that they'd arrived within a small valley, and before them, which was also the center of the small valley, was a tall sacrificial altar. A white jade staircase hung down from the sacrificial altar. This is... When he sensed the energy contained within the sacrificial altar, Gu Fei's expression couldn't help but change. The sacrificial altar drew in the vital energy from the surroundings, and it was like an enormous primeval beast that was lying in ambush before him. This energy was boundlessly vast, and it caused Gu Fei to feel boundless pressure. If this energy were to explode, even Gu Fei didn't dare imagine what the consequences would be. Gu Fei suddenly felt that there seemed to be figures flashing above the sacrificial altar. "Let's go. Follow me up. The people from the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the High Clarity Sect have arrived long ago." Dan Chenzi flicked his sleeve and took the lead to walk towards the sacrificial altar. Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, and the others hurriedly followed. It was very strange. When Gu Fei stepped onto the white jade staircase hanging down from the sacrificial altar, the pressure in his heart actually disappeared. When he stepped onto the sacrificial altar, Gu Fei felt that there were actually over 20 people gathered on the sacrificial altar. He saw familiar figures: Guangqing's junior sister Li Mengyao, High Clarity Sect's Lin Xian, Yi Qin, and the others were all among them. However, no one spoke. Everyone had a solemn expression, and there were even people who raised their heads to look at the sky from time to time. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. The sky seemed to be... Gu Fei felt that the sky above the sacrificial altar was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if there was an endless sea of clouds that covered the entire sky. Boom! Right at this moment, a sudden loud sound came from the sky. In an instant, the entire mountain valley shook, and the huge rocks on the surrounding mountains rumbled and rolled down. Only the enormous sacrificial altar was as steady as Mount Tai. Chapter 154. Boom! An earth-shattering boom resounded, shaking heaven and earth. An endless cage of darkness instantly covered the entire valley. A layer of light curtains suddenly appeared above the altar, like a light shield covering the entire altar. Demonic chi surged in from all directions, but it was blocked by the light, unable to take even half a step forward. Roar! This tortoise shell is really hard. Furious roars echoed in the air, and a series of earth-shattering booms rang out. It was as if an ancient giant was fiercely pounding on the light curtain with his fists, and the momentum was extremely fierce. Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Outside the light barrier, the mountains were collapsing, the ground was cracking, and the world was shaking. The entire valley had been completely destroyed. Taoist Chaoyang, who was in charge of the formation in the center of the altar, was still sitting cross-legged with a calm expression. At this time, the large formation on the altar began to emit a misty light. The runes seemed to come to life and wandered around. Although the light was flashing from the impact of the demonic chi, mysterious light runes were circulating on the light barrier, dissolving all the attacks into nothingness. The altar beneath everyone's feet had absorbed an endless amount of worldly essence. After the large formation was activated, the altar became a world of its own. No matter how the demon outside attacked, it was unable to shake it in the slightest. "What's going on?" Li Lingfeng whispered to Ran Wuming of the Guangqing celestial sect. "Our whereabouts seem to have been discovered by the demons." Ran Wuming said with a serious expression, "The demons know." The disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder their uncle master, Dan Chinzi, had urgently summoned them here. "Taoist 6, what are you waiting for?" Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. The rolling sound waves shook the mountains. Even with the barrier of the formation, the disciples of the three great Taoist sects on the altar felt their ears ringing. Everyone's expressions changed as they were shocked. Dan Chinzi, Lu Ruhai, and Ding Yanzi couldn't help but look at each other. They all saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Then they all looked at Taoist Chaoyang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the altar. They couldn't maintain their calm. "Humph! Great Devil Sovereign, are you ordering me around?" Another loud voice rang out. That person seemed to be a bit angry. As soon as he finished speaking, a 10,000 zhang long beam of blood-red light cleaved down from the sky, instantly tearing the world in half. The boundless, baleful aura caused the hearts of all living beings to palpitate. That 3,000-meter-long blood-colored saber light sent out tens of thousands of blood waves. There seemed to be countless demons roaring within the blood light, their demonic voices shaking the world. The moment the demonic saber appeared, the wind and clouds changed color. In an instant, the demonic saber radiance seemed to suck in all the heaven and earth spiritual chi within a radius of 1,000 miles. The energy shield that enveloped the altar dimmed a little. Boom! A loud sound shook the heavens and the earth. The blood-red, demonic saber fiercely chopped down on the light curtain. The demonic saber light actually chopped into the light curtain. However, it only managed to break a 2 to 3 feet gap. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but gasp. The blood-red, demonic saber hovered above their heads. The demonic chi was vast and mighty. Everyone immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and their faces turned pale. At that moment, Taoist Chaoyang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the altar, opened his eyes. 2 rays of fiery light shot out from his eye sockets, each several feet long. He stood up, and his body was surrounded by rays of fiery light. At that moment, the 9 suns' brilliant sky-burning golden crow robe emitted layers of fiery light. Arg! Even the Sky Devil's saber can't break this tortoiseshell. Damn it! A loud voice resounded in the sky. The clouds drifting in the sky were shaken and dispersed. The 10,000 zhang long blood-red demonic saber trembled continuously, emitting endless ferocious might. It pressed down continuously, but it couldn't move an inch forward, as if it was stuck on the light curtain. Taoist Chaoyang raised his head with a cold gaze. The 9 three-legged golden crows on the golden crow robe emitted endless fiery chi, as if they were about to burst out from the robe. He raised his right hand and pressed it upwards. The blood-red demonic saber was instantly knocked away. Above the rolling demonic clouds, a 10,000 zhang long demonic figure let out a fierce roar and flew back into the demonic clouds. The light curtain in the sky immediately returned to its original state. The demonic chi was immediately blocked outside the light curtain, unable to penetrate it even a little bit. Gu Fei and the others immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The devilish aura was truly unbearable, and it caused everyone's soul to tremble and shake. It was as if there were countless demons and ghosts lingering around them. 6 Dao, the sky devil saber in your hands is a complete waste of a heavenly treasure. In the west, another 10,000 zhang long demonic figure appeared. The blurry demonic figure seemed illusory, giving off an unreal feeling. However, it emitted a great pressure that enveloped the surroundings. Humph! A cold harumph drifted from the north. Closely after that, a ferocious demonic figure strode out of the rolling demonic clouds with a 10,000 zhang long demonic saber in hand. The 2 demons revealed their celestial and demonic images. In a split second, the sky and the earth became dim. As a result, the area within 60 square miles became a terrifying and gloomy demonic domain. Demon Monarch of 6 Dao, Great Demon Hermit, you 2 demons, if you're sensible, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, this place will be your burial place. Standing in the center of the sacrificial altar, Daoist Chaoyang roared as he watched the 2 10,000 zhang long demonic figures in the sky. Chaoyang, kiddo, don't brag. When this father was unrivaled in the heavens and earth, you were still wearing diapers. Show me what you've got. The demonic figure in the west roared as tens of thousands of demonic clouds were surging behind him. Such a great noise had long aroused the attention of Dragon Emperor City, over 60 miles away. The terrifying demonic chi had even spread to Dragon Emperor City. Commoners might not feel anything abnormal. However, the cultivators in Dragon Emperor City were amazed. None of the top cultivators in Dragon Emperor City launched an attack. Instead, they were just observing. The 2 demons rarely left the demonic domain. It was rare for them to appear at the same time. In a split second, all the people in Dragon Emperor City were flurried as they thought that the army of the demonic domain was approaching their territory. Only those old monsters knew that the 2 demons didn't come here to occupy Dragon Emperor City, because Dragon Emperor City was not simple and had many secrets, which made the demons scruple. In the south, a ball of flame was hidden in the clouds. Faintly, there seemed to be a shadow of a phoenix. In other directions, there were also obscure waves. Some powerful figures were observing. Fine. I will kill the demons and defend the Dao today, Daoist Chaoyang said solemnly. Closely after that, he started to make mysterious hand seals one after another, releasing a surging magical power wave like ocean waves. Rumble. The sacrificial altar quivered for a short while. At once, all the people quivered and couldn't stand steadily. All of them revealed an amazed and dumbfounded look. The altar beneath everyone's feet began to emit an immense pressure. This pressure was even more vast and powerful than the demonic might emitted by the 2 gigantic demonic figures in the sky. Runes began to appear around the altar, and the altar began to shine with a dazzling light. It was as if a primordial beast had been awakened. Apart from the people on the altar, everyone else felt an incomparable pressure. Under the shocked gaze of the others, the huge sacrificial altar started to slowly rise into the sky like a far ancient immortal mountain, directly driving away the demonic clouds in the sky. The 2,000s of high demonic shadows flew backward. That sacrificial altar, we seem to have miscalculated it. A voice drifted from Dragon Emperor City. Some old monsters were thinking about the sacrificial altar. Rumble. The heavens and the earth were shaking. The boundless power shook the heavens and the earth. The mountains were shaking and the earth was cracking, as if doomsday had arrived. The huge sacrificial altar had absorbed a great deal of the essence of the heavens and the earth. At this moment, it was guided out by Daoist Chaoyang. The power was so great that even a demigod would be shocked. At this moment, the first demon Venerable and demon monarch of 6 paths, who were hiding in the thousands of high demonic shadows, sensed that Daoist Chaoyang could really manipulate the power of the sacrificial altar. In this way, Daoist Chaoyang could really kill them. Both the first demon Venerable and demon monarch of 6 paths sensed the danger. Roar! Demon monarch of 6 paths roared furiously. The thousands of high demonic shadow released endless demonic power, and its ferocious chi filled the heavens and the earth. He raised the thousands of high blood-red demonic saber with both hands and slashed at the sacrificial altar that was rising into the sky. The blood-red saber light tore the heavens and the earth apart. It sounded like thousands of demons were roaring and shouting. The demonic sound directly penetrated the body and affected the soul. Within a radius of 100 miles, all living creatures were penetrated by the demonic sound. They were instantly killed. The power of the soul turned into specks of light and was absorbed by the blood-red saber light, becoming the nourishment of the demonic saber. When the sky demon saber was drawn, blood was killed within 100 miles, and all living creatures were slaughtered. Even with the protection of the array, Gu Fei and the others felt that their souls were shaking, as if their souls were going to rush out of their bodies. They hurried to operate their cultivation to resist the demonic sound. Boom! With a loud noise, the sky demon's saber, worthy of being called the #1 demonic saber of the demonic path, directly broke through the layers of runes and slashed at the light curtain formed by the power of the sacrificial altar. However, this time, the demonic saber couldn't break the light curtain with one slash. The thousands of high blade light only hit the light curtain, and the sacrificial altar trembled. The next moment, the blood-red demonic saber was directly knocked away by an extremely powerful force. Kill! Taoist Chao Yang controlled the array on the sacrificial altar. With a wave of his hand, he seemed to attract an infinite power, which directly tore the void apart and attacked the retreating demon monarch of 6 paths. Roar! Demon monarch of 6 paths was shocked, and he hurriedly slashed at the surging destructive power. Boom! The saber light was broken, and the thousands of high demonic shadow disappeared. Boom! The saber light was broken again, and the demonic blood splashed in the sky. Boom! Without any suspense, the saber light was broken, and the demonic clouds in the sky were shaken away. The sky and the earth were lit up, and the demon monarch of 6 paths fell directly from the sky. Everyone was shocked that Taoist Chao Yang's attack had directly knocked the demon monarch of 6 paths down from the sky. Chapter 155. Taoist Chao Yang combined with the altar to control the formation. He displayed great magical power and struck the demonic monarch of 6 paths with his palm. For a moment, no one dared to look at him. He's invincible. No one in the royal emptiness realm is his match, unless a demigod appears, someone said. Some people who wanted to attack also gave up on the idea. Many old monsters in the southern wasteland knew about the existence of the altar, but they thought it was just a transmitting formation built by Taoism. No one could have imagined that the altar was a great weapon. Rumble. The massive 4-sided sacrificial altar slowly rose up, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The boundless pressure it emitted was like a mountain, causing people to have the urge to look up at it, feeling as if they were as small as ants in front of it. On the altar, outside of the formation, Gu Fei and the others were shocked. All of this was beyond their understanding. The 30 most outstanding young disciples of Taoism and the 3 senior experts of Taoism were all shocked. No one made a sound. The altar was deathly silent, terrifyingly silent. Roar! A furious roar came from the ground. Then a mass of pitch-black demonic aura rose from the ground and flew to the west without looking back. It was the demonic monarch of 6 paths. Although Taoist Chao Yang's attack had smashed the demonic monarch of 6 paths down from the sky, it did not kill him. However, the demonic monarch of 6 paths had also suffered a great impact. He did not dare to stay any longer. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately fled. The demonic monarch of 6 paths knew that there were many old monsters in the royal emptiness realm watching him. If someone attacked him while he was seriously injured, he would be in danger of dying in the southern wasteland. Was there really no one who wanted to attack the demonic monarch of Six Paths? The answer was no. Just as the Six Paths Demon King was about to leave, a phoenix cry came from the south. Then, a giant phoenix flew out of the clouds. It was surrounded by divine flames, and it flapped its wings and chased after the Demon King of Six Paths, a vermilion bird and fire phoenix. Some old monsters in the royal emptiness realm who were hiding nearby changed their expressions when they saw the fire phoenix surrounded by divine flames. Rumor had it that the cultivation forces that had been passed down for countless years all had a great feud with the demons. It seemed that the rumor was not groundless. Without a doubt, that fire phoenix was not the real vermilion bird divine beast, but a vermilion bird expert of the Imperial Void stage that had transformed into the form of a fire phoenix. A pitch-black demonic shadow and a huge fire phoenix streaked across the sky like two bolts of lightning, disappearing into the western horizon in the blink of an eye. Great Demon Venerable, it's your turn! Taoist Jiayang controlled the altar, which was already high in the sky. As he spoke, he activated the power of the altar, condensing a flaming godly hand, which grabbed at the rolling demonic clouds. The huge flaming hand broke a hole in the surging demonic clouds that covered half the sky, and a demonic figure emerged from the demonic clouds. The demon realm's great demon sovereign had revealed his true appearance. The great demon sovereign was 5 meters tall. His entire body looked like it was made of steel. He gave off an extremely powerful feeling. His blood-red eyes flickered with an evil light. The armor on his body flickered with black light, exuding a great murderous aura, which made people feel that he was powerful and terrifying. The flaming godly hand turned into a huge mountain in the blink of an eye, shaking the heaven and earth. The 5 fingers were like pillars of fire, covering the sky and covering the earth, shrouding the great demon sovereign. Roar! The great demon sovereign let out a crazy roar. 2 demonic lights shot out from his blood-red eyes. Demonic energy surged all over his body, and black light appeared around him. Endless demonic energy instantly submerged the great demon sovereign. Then, the surging demonic clouds condensed into a huge, pitch-black demonic hand to meet the flaming godly hand. Boom! The pitch-black demonic hand and the flaming godly hand collided fiercely. The surging power shook the heaven and earth. The demonic hand directly collapsed, and the great demon sovereign was directly thrown down. Demonic blood sprinkled down. Rumble. The earth trembled, and endless demonic energy entered the ground. The great demon sovereign didn't dare to fight anymore, so he directly escaped from the ground. This kind of demon had cultivated the immortal true demon body, so it was very difficult to kill him. However, some people still chased after him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The demon monarch of 6 Paths and the great demon sovereign were both seriously injured, so it was not impossible to kill them at this time. Taoist Jiayang glanced around, then directly sat cross-legged on the formation eye of the altar and began to pinch the Tao formula. Gu Fei and the others saw the scene just now, and their minds were shaken, unable to calm down for a long time. The tall figure of Taoist Jiayang was deeply engraved in their hearts. He disdainfully looked down on all the heroes, beat up the 2 great demons of the demon area, and shocked all the strong cultivators, so no one dared to come out to fight him. How majestic and heroic was this! Not knowing how the others felt, Gu Fei was deeply shaken, and his heart of cultivation became even more determined. If he could become a supremacy and defeat all the strong cultivators in the world, it would not be a waste of his time in this world. Taoist Jiayang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation, suddenly said, "It's time. Drop your blood essence, and I will send you over." At this time, the formation on the altar was already shining brightly, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and merged into the formation. In addition, the altar had also absorbed an endless amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. For a moment, the entire altar exuded an unprecedentedly powerful aura. The void around the altar was distorted, and then tiny spatial cracks that were as thin as strands of hair appeared. The power condensed by the altar had definitely surpassed the demigod level. Hearing this, everyone walked into the formation under the direction of Dan Chenzi, Lu Rahai, and Ding Yangzi. Then they bit their fingers and dropped a drop of blood essence on the formation under their feet. The moment the drop of blood fell on the formation, a red light burst out and was directly absorbed by the formation. Then, faintly, Gu Fei seemed to feel as if he had become one with the formation. Swoosh! With a sound, it was as if heaven and earth had changed places, or as if they had passed through an endless world of nothingness. Gu Fei only felt his vision blur, then darkness, and then light again. He felt that he was still standing on the altar. Looking around, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others were also beside him, looking around blankly. There was also a formation under his feet. The light of the formation was receding like a tide, and finally disappeared into the altar. There was also a person sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation. However, Gu Fei felt that the Taoist sitting in the formation was not the Shaoyang Peak's Taoist Chaoyang, but a middle-aged Taoist with a pale face and wearing a simple white Taoist robe. What's going on? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. He then looked around and felt that the altar seemed to be surrounded by a valley. It should be called a gorge, and the altar was at the bottom of a cliff, next to the gorge. Gu Fei found that this altar seemed to be no different from the original altar. However, Gu Fei knew that this altar was not the one controlled by Taoist Chaoyang. In just an instant, everyone arrived at an unknown place. It was really too magical. It was even faster than teleportation using space Dao scrolls. Greetings, Senior Li Shang. Greetings, Patriarch Li Shang. Dan Chenzi and Ding Yangzi bowed to the middle-aged Taoist, who was sitting cross-legged at the center of the altar. Lu Rahai led a group of Guangqing Immortal Sect disciples and bowed to the middle-aged Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist seemed to be very young, but his background seemed to be very powerful. The middle-aged Taoist, who was sitting cross-legged in the core of the altar, slowly opened his eyes. He first glanced at the 30 disciples of the younger generation around him. When his gaze landed on Gu Fei, he seemed to be a little surprised. Then his gaze fell on Dan Chenzi and the others. Get up! The middle-aged Taoist, Li Shang, gently waved his sleeve. The Guangqing Celestial Sect disciples who were bowing on the ground immediately felt a gentle force lifting them up. The middle-aged Taoist, Li Shang, stood up and said calmly, "It's been 260 years. I didn't expect that I, Li Shang, had been guarding this place for 260 years. The middle-aged Taoist Li Shang seemed to be a little disappointed. In the middle of the gorge, apart from the altar at the bottom of the cliff, there were many pavilions and terraces. At this moment, streaks of light flew out from the pavilions in the distance, heading towards the altar. Soon, 9 Taoists in green clothes landed on the altar on their Dharma treasures. Greetings, Patriarch. A black-bearded Taoist respectfully bowed to Taoist Li Shang. Taoist Li Shang nodded and said to Dan Chenzi and the others, "All right, you have arrived at the important place of the 3 great Taoist sects in the 100,000 mountain range, the sky-splitting valley." Taoist Li Shang paused for a moment before saying, "Qingfeng, bring them to the 3 Origin Hall to rest." "Yes," the black-bearded Taoist quickly responded. Taoist Li Shang's words caused a commotion among the younger generation of the 3 great Taoist sects, including Gu Fei. They had actually entered the 100,000 mountain range. At this moment, everyone finally realized that their sects were so generous that they could build 2 altars that could teleport people thousands of miles away. No wonder no one had found the sky-splitting valley or the ruined sky realm in the past thousands of years. Teleportation through the void was traceless. Even void controlling stage cultivators would have a hard time tracking the trajectory of the void teleportation, unless an immortal level, peerless figure made a move. However, immortal level figures had long since shattered the void and entered the legendary heaven realm. No one would stay in the mortal world. Immortal level experts were already the top figures in the world. Anyone who entered the sacred realm was already invincible in the world. Only by entering the legendary heaven realm could one achieve glory again. Under the lead of the black-bearded Taoist Qingfeng and the other 8 Taoists in green clothes, everyone walked down the altar and headed toward the palace in the distance. Chapter 156. The sky-splitting valley was a narrow gorge that was thousands of miles long. The gorge was in a straight line somewhere in the 100,000 mountain range. Network. It was as if someone had used a peerless divine weapon to open up a crack between the heavens and the earth in the mountains. No one knew how the founding ancestors of the 3 great Tao sects found their way here in the past. They actually found a mysterious place in the sky-splitting valley. The sky-splitting valley was an important place for the 3 great Tao sects. It could be said that the founding ancestors of the 3 great Tao sects started their journey here. They had a fortuitous encounter and started their own sections. Therefore, this gorge could be said to be the origin of the 3 great Tao sects. The achievements of the 3 great Tao sects were inextricably linked to this important place. The 100,000 mountain range was a taboo. There were all kinds of legends and secrets in the mountain range. In the 100,000 mountain range, there was a dangerous place that even immortals did not dare to step into. There was a desperate situation that could send a demigod to his grave in an instant. Legend had it that in the depths of the 100,000 mountain range, there was a battlefield of gods and demons. There was a place where the dragon burial ground, and there were miracles left behind from ancient times. The 100,000 mountain range was one of the most mysterious places in the Tung-Long continent. There was nothing that was impossible in this place. The sky-splitting valley was not in the depths of the mountain range. At most, it was at the edge of the mountain range. However, even so, no outsider had been able to enter this place for thousands of years. The sky was filled with stars, sprinkling down endless starlight. The bright moon shone high up in the sky. The world was silent. At the end of the sky-splitting valley, the gorge stopped abruptly. It was as if the crack of the gorge had suddenly stopped here. It was as if the peerless strike of a god was blocked by someone, or perhaps it had struck a mysterious place. In short, the 1,000-mile gorge came to an abrupt end. At the end of the gorge was a huge, smooth, jade-like rock wall. On the rock wall, there was a stone door. The stone door was tightly shut. The surrounding dust was a few inches thick. There was no wind here. Everything seemed to be still, as if even the wind was unwilling to step into this place. There was no doubt that this stone door had not been opened for a very long time. The stone door was very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. If there was anything special, it would be that this stone door was embedded into the stone wall. It was as if there was another world behind the stone wall. This stone door had undoubtedly existed for countless years, because it gave off an aura of infinite antiquity. About 10 miles away from the stone gate, in a vast valley, there was a palace, under the cover of the night. Only that palace gave off a bit of light. Crack Valley, 3 Yuan Palace. Dozens of white figures were sitting cross-legged in the main hall. Some of them had a small sword embroidered on their sleeves. Some had a talisman on their sleeves, and some had nothing. Those who had small swords embroidered on their sleeves were disciples of the Guangqing celestial sect. Those who had runes embroidered on their sleeves were disciples of the Shangqing sect. Those who had nothing on their sleeves were disciples of the Taishan sect. 30 of the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation from the 3 great Taoist societies sat cross-legged on the ground. Their eyes closed as they circulated their qi. Wisps of magical power emanated from these people and lingered in the main hall. These people were the elites of the younger generation from the 3 great Taoist societies. They were the most outstanding disciples who had stood out from their peers through selection. It could be said that they were the future of the three great Taoist societies. The main hall was very quiet. No one spoke, and even the faint sound of breathing could be heard. They were making the final preparations to enter the ruined sky realm. There were still 7 or 8 days until the demon star rushed to the 7 fiends. However, in these few days, the people from the three great Taoist societies had already begun to attack the seal. However, they had all failed. The seal of the stone door was extremely powerful, and no power could shake it. Even after using the power of the altar, they still could not get close to the stone door. Their plan to open the ruined sky realm ahead of time could be considered to have failed. The three great Taoist societies had once again confirmed the last words of their founding ancestor. No matter how powerful one's magical power was, one could not open the ruined sky realm until the time was right. Only when the demon star rushed to the 7 fiends, and the fiends and demons wreaked havoc in heaven and earth, would the balance of the power of heaven and earth be disrupted, and the power of the seal would be greatly weakened. Only then could the ruined sky realm be opened. Among the 30 white-robed young disciples sitting cross-legged in the main hall, one of them suddenly stood up from the ground. That person was none other than Gu Fei. His Tao was operating at all times, and it was suitable for both movement and stillness. He did not need to sit around all day, comprehend the heavenly Tao, and condense magical power like other cultivators. To Gu Fei, stillness was the Tao, and stillness was also the Tao. Stillness and stillness were both Tao. Gu Fei did not alarm anyone. He walked out of the Three Essences hall. The moment he stepped out of the hall, at least 7 or 8 divine senses swept over him at the same time. Gu Fei could not help but frown. He had long known that the disciples of the three great Taoist societies guarding the Split Sky Valley were all cultivators in the transcending mortality realm. Cultivators in the transcending mortality realm had already condensed their Tao core and entered the cultivation stage of nurturing their nascent divinities. At this stage, the divine senses of cultivators were very powerful. They could instantly sense the slightest movement in the wind, and it was clearer and more real than seeing with their eyes. This might be the legendary heavenly eye. Gu Fei could not be bothered with them. He calmly walked to a pavilion beside the main hall. There was a simple stone table and a few stone stools in the pavilion. When Gu Fei walked into the pavilion, the 7 or 8 divine senses also retreated. Gu Fei leaned against the railing and looked around. The moonlight was like water, and it was quiet everywhere. Looking up at the sky, he saw a blood-red demon star and a dark green demon star flickering with demonic light, as if they were competing to see who was brighter. The distance between the 2 stars is getting closer. Could it be that the stars in the sky can really collide? Gu Fei thought of the prophecy that happened once every 260 years, and could not help but have some doubts in his heart. The 2 demonic stars in the sky were much brighter than the other stars. They seemed to be closer to the ground than all the other stars, as if they could fall from the sky at any time. Gu Fei stared at the blood-red devilish star. In a trance, the devilish star seemed to have transformed into an extremely hideous and enormous devilish face that swooped down from the sky. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and countless living beings were swallowed into that bloody mouth. Gu Fei felt as if his soul was about to be sucked away. At this moment, the Tai Chi mark on Gu Fei's chest flashed with a ray of light, and a cool stream of air flowed into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's body shook, and he suddenly woke up. So evil! Gu Fei's heart trembled, and he quickly looked away. At this time, he realized that his clothes had long been soaked in sweat. Gu Fei felt a little upset. It seemed that the demon star in the sky had affected his state of mind. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. He directly sat down in the pavilion and used his Xian Qi to gradually calm his upset thoughts. Everything in the pavilion was seen by an old Taoist with white beard and eyebrows who was sitting on the roof of another hall in the distance. Under the moonlight, The right side of the old Taoist's face was as red as a baby's, but the left side of his face was wrinkled like a dried orange peel. At first glance, it was simply half a skull. The right side of the old Taoist's body was full of vitality, but the left side was lifeless. Life and death, two completely opposite auras, actually appeared on the body of a person. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. However, Gu Fei could not detect the old Taoist's existence, and the old Taoist's gaze seemed to pierce through the void and fell on Gu Fei. Strange, this child actually does not practice Taoist techniques. It seems it is the long-lost martial arts. Interesting. The old Taoist seemed to be very interested in Gu Fei. The old Taoist's cloudy eyes flashed a bit, as if he had discovered something interesting. However, the old Taoist quickly retracted his gaze, and then closed his eyes gently, like a fossil, sitting on the roof of the hall. The sun rose in the east, and Gu Fei woke up from his meditation. Unknowingly, a night had passed, and Gu Fei's annoyance had long since calmed down. However, it had to be said that the devil star in the sky was really full of demonic nature. Gu Fei only took a look at it, and his inner demons were almost triggered by the demonic nature of the devil star. It should be known that Gu Fei walked the path of martial arts, and martial arts was the human path. It did not leave the body, and it did not refine the primordial spirit. It focused on one's heart, and there was nothing else. It was what one's heart was, regardless of the surging mortal world and the boundless mortal world. One would bravely advance and strive to be the most supreme in the world. Therefore, with Gu Fei's state of mind, it was absolutely impossible for an inner demon to appear during cultivation. Even Gu Fei almost lost his mind, which was enough to show how evil the devil star was. In the next 2 days, Gu Fei did not take a step out of the Hall of Three Elements. He stayed in his room, and when he was bored, he would open the magical equipment bag and look at the Shaoqing snake. This little guy had swallowed 2 beast crystals in succession, and even the demon core of the Blackwater mystical snake into its stomach. It seemed to be a little weak, and its abdomen was still swollen, and it did not seem to be shrinking. The Shaoqing snake seemed to be a special species of snake. Gu Fei faintly felt that this little guy might have a powerful background. Seeing that the Shaoqing snake was listlessly coiled in the magical equipment bag, Gu Fei did not disturb it and let it refine the demon core. However, the demon core of the Blackwater mystical snake was not easy to refine, and it might take some time. On the morning of the 8th day, all the disciples of the 3 major Taoist sects in the Crack Valley gathered in the Hall of Three Elements. Everyone looked extremely serious. An important moment is coming. Check everything around you. Don't leave behind anything that you should bring, and throw away anything that you shouldn't bring. Then, follow your master out. Taoist Li Shang looked at the disciples in front of him and said in a deep voice. Behind Taoist Li Shang stood 2 old Taoists. These 2 old Taoists were definitely 2 old monsters, which could be seen from their appearance. The 2 old Taoists were as thin as sticks, and a few strands of hair on their heads were almost gone. Their skin was wrinkled, and it was impossible to tell how old they were. They looked like dried corpses. Chapter 157. The morning sun was like fire, illuminating the earth and dispelling the darkness. At the end of the cracked sky valley, a group of white-robed youths sat cross-legged in an open space in front of the stone wall. There were also 2 or 3 young girls among them. The 30 most outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the 3 great Taoist sects were gathered here. There was a stone door on the stone wall. The stone door was tightly shut, and an aura of immeasurable antiquity assaulted one's senses. 2 old Taoists sat cross-legged in front of the stone door. Both of them had lived for an unknown period of time. Their skin was wrinkled, and their faces were filled with wrinkles that looked like ravines carved into their faces. The old Taoists, who were as thin as mummies, had lived for a long time. Therefore, in terms of seniority, they were definitely the oldest of the 3 great Taoist sects. It was these 2 antique old Taoists who were in charge of opening the ruined sky realm. Gu Fei sat cross-legged behind Li Lingfeng. He stared at the simple stone door on the stone wall in front of him. Could it be that one could enter the legendary ruined sky, grotto heaven, through this stone door? The stone door on the stone wall was clearly connected to a certain place. There was no doubt about it. However, whether it was the most mysterious ruined sky realm of the three great Taoist sects, no one knew. Even if someone knew, they would definitely not say it. This was because it was a secret shared by the three great Taoist sects, and a great secret at that. No one dared to divulge this secret. In the eyes of the three great Taoist sects, the consequences of divulging the secret were even more serious than deceiving their masters and destroying their ancestors. Apart from the 30 most outstanding young disciples of the three great Taoist sects, Dan Chenzi, Lu Rahai, and Ding Yangzi, there were also over 100 green-robed disciples at the transcending mortality stage guarding the surroundings. Everyone was on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. Taoist Li Shang had already left. He was preparing to move the altar and attack the seal. Only an altar that had gathered an endless amount of heaven and earth origin, qi, could shake the seal of the stone door. The two old Taoists who were as thin as sticks sat cross-legged in front of Dan Chenzi, Lu Rahai, and the group of young disciples. Their brows were lowered, and their lips were moving slightly as if they were praying. However, no sound came out. Even though the sun had already risen high in the sky and the thousands of stars had long since faded away, there were still 2 stars that shone brilliantly in the sky and refused to fade away. Even in broad daylight, one could see the stars in the sky. This was a rare phenomenon that would only appear once every 260 years. The devils and demons of the world began to walk out of their secluded cultivation grounds to welcome the arrival of the Holy Sun. Today, there would definitely be a battle between the devils and demons. After all, they were mortal enemies. Legend has it that the Devil Star in the sky was formed by the Devil King that was exiled to the 9 heavens. The Devil King's name was Heavenly Devil. Every 260 years he would return. However, he was obstructed by an ancient demon lord called 7 Fiends. This was the origin of the Devil Star strikes the 7 Fiends. Of course, this was only a legend. The Devil Star formed by the Heavenly Demon and the Demon Star formed by the ancient demon lord would collide once every 260-year cycles. For millions of years, it had never stopped, and the mighty energy of heaven and earth would also be disturbed at this time. Tonight was the time when the Devil Star rushed towards the 7 evils. Cultivators who had opened their heavenly eyes could already see the Devil Star returning from the 9 heavens and falling to the earth. However, the 7 Fiends Demon Star was meeting the Devil Star and blocking its way back. Although it was daytime, and the Sun Star was emitting endless yang qi, those powerful cultivators could already sense that the mighty energy of heaven and earth seemed to be somewhat unstable. The devil and demon powers were gradually affecting the balance of the mighty energy of heaven and earth. However, all this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. What he needed to do now was to wait for the night to come, and then enter the secret realm of the ruined sky to search for the 9-colored divine grass. No one knew what the 9-colored divine grass was, but every disciple of the Taishan sect had a jade slip in their hands. In the jade slip, apart from the map of the ruined sky realm, it also contained a description of the 9-colored divine grass. Gu Fei felt that the map in the jade slip was incomplete. It did not show the whole ruined sky realm, and seemed to only show a very small area. In other words, it had been thousands of years since the founder of the Taishan sect appeared in the ruined sky realm, and the 3 great Taoist sects had yet to explore the entire ruined sky realm. This was enough to show that the so-called ruined sky realm was so vast that even now it was still unclear how big it was. It was full of unknown dangers. The ruined sky realm was not a paradise, nor was it a fairyland. Some areas could even be said to be dangerous places. This was the precious experience accumulated by the disciples who had entered the ruined sky realm. The unknown dangers in the ruined sky realm were enough to be fatal. Danger and opportunity coexisted. although there was the danger of dying as long as one could come out of the ruined sky realm. One would be able to make some progress in cultivation. Some of the disciples of the three great Taoist sects who came out of the ruined sky realm later became experts in the cultivation world of the Tonglong continent. Dozens of people sat cross-legged in front of the stone wall, from morning to noon, and from noon to night, no one spoke and no one even moved. However, Gu Fei found that as time passed, the breathing of the surrounding disciples in the transcending mortality realm gradually began to quicken. Those disciples in green seemed to be very excited. It was so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate and chest feel suffocated. In front of the stone wall, a tense atmosphere pervaded the air, and everyone's nerves were stretched taut. Rumble. A muffled, thunder-like sound began to come out of the split sky valley. In this quiet night, it clearly reached the ears of everyone in front of the stone wall. The two thin old Taoists sitting in front of the stone wall suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes were no longer cloudy, but were as bright as stars. "It's finally starting," the two old Taoists murmured in a very low voice, so low that even they themselves seemed to be unable to hear it. An extremely ugly smile appeared on their wrinkled faces. Although it was not the first time these two old Taoists had presided over the opening of the ruined sky realm, they could not help but be very excited when it was really about to open. This sound. As the sound entered his ears, Gu Fei could not help but frown. He had vaguely guessed where the muffled, thunder-like sound came from. Sure enough, after the sound came out, the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth boiled, and then converged behind. For a moment, the weather changed. At some point, the bright moon that was originally hanging in the sky had disappeared, and the countless stars in the sky had also disappeared. In the entire sky, there were only two bright stars left. One of the stars was emitting endless, blood-colored, demonic light. What it sprinkled down was not starlight, but endless demonic nature that could arouse the deepest evil thoughts in everyone's heart. And the other star, although it looked very evil, emitting a dark green light that illuminated the heaven and earth, it was less evil and more righteous. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the two stars in the sky seemed to be approaching. This was not an illusion, but the demon star and the 7 malefic demon star were really moving. There are still 2 hours until the Ion Hour. Listen up, disciples. The two old Taoists sitting cross-legged in front of the crowd had already stood up. One of them, who was speaking, paused for a moment before continuing. "The ruined sky realm is not the paradise you think it is, but a dangerous place. You must be careful in there, or you won't even know what happened when you die." The other old Taoist continued, "If you encounter danger in there, no one will save you. You can only rely on yourself. Life and death are determined by fate. Do you understand?" Hearing that, Gu Fei did not say anything. The test of life and death was the best training for him. However, the others looked at each other, a little confused. Although they had heard bits and pieces about the ruined heaven realm from others, they still found it a little hard to adapt to the direct words of these two old seniors. After the two old Taoists said some things that they should pay attention to in the ruined sky realm, they did not speak anymore, but raised their heads to observe the 2 stars in the sky. At this time, the rumbling sound had gradually become like the galloping of 10,000 horses. The entire split sky valley was shaking slightly, as if there were really 10,000 horses galloping. Of course, everyone knew that there was absolutely no scene of 10,000 horses galloping in the vicinity of the split sky valley. Inside the split sky valley, thousands of spiritual chi gathered in one place, and a force began to awaken, as if a prehistoric beast had awakened from a deep sleep. This force caused Gu Fei's expression to change instantly, and the others reacted the same way as Gu Fei, because this force was very familiar. It was the energy fluctuation that burst out when Taoist Chao Yang activated the Grand Formation and controlled the altar. Needless to say, Taoist Li Shang was activating the Grand Formation and gradually guiding the power of the altar out. Rumble. The rumbling sound became louder and louder, and the ground of the split sky valley trembled. Ripples spread out from the canyon, and then the ripples slowly expanded and eventually turned into monstrous waves. Boundless energy fluctuations were like monstrous waves, surging violently in the sky above the sky, splitting valley. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. The power of the sacrificial altar made everyone feel an immense pressure. Everyone present was shocked. Everyone stood up from the ground and looked towards the direction where the sound came from. They saw thousands of multicolored lights lingering in the air, and an altar was slowly rising from the canyon. At this time, the blood-red demon star in the sky and the 7 fiends demon star were approaching each other at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half an hour had passed, and the altar was fixed in the sky, emitting thousands of multicolored lights and thousands of auspicious chi, illuminating the sky and earth. At the moment when the Z hour arrived, the 2 approaching stars in the sky finally collided with each other. In an instant, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone who saw this scene temporarily lost their ability to think. At this moment, the power of the monsters and demons exploded. Even though they were far above the sky, the power of the monsters and demons still affected the Tongue-Long continent. At this moment, the demons were dancing wildly on the Tongue-Long continent. Under the influence of the power of the monsters and demons, the power of the monsters and demons skyrocketed. Wherever the monsters and demons met, there would be a great war. Chapter 158. The Devil Star rushed towards the 7 evils, and the sky seemed to be sprinkling endless blood and green light rain. The heaven and earth trembled, and the sky seemed to be overturned by the demonic power that exploded. Under this demonic phenomenon, millions of people were trembling in fear. At this moment, the balance of the power of the heaven and earth was finally shaken. Rumble. The altar that was originally fixed in the sky above the crack valley emitted thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious chi, and a vast and boundless pressure. It was like an ancient, sacred mountain that was moving towards the stone wall. "Back off! Quickly back off!" The 2 old Taoists shouted to the crowd of disciples excitedly, and they themselves were like rabbits that had their tails stepped on. Swoosh! They dodged to the side. All the disciples standing in front of the stone wall turned pale, and then they hurriedly dodged to the side. Swoosh! Gu Fei rushed out from below and appeared on a big rock at the side of the cliff. He raised his head and looked at the huge altar that was moving towards him. His eyes had already narrowed into a line, and rays of light shot out from under his eyelids. What a terrifying altar! The person controlling the altar can definitely shake a demigod. Gu Fei was shocked. The pressure that the altar emitted was really too strong. Wherever the altar passed, the void would tremble, and thin space cracks would appear. Of course, in the dark night, under the illumination of thousands of rays of light, these thin space cracks that were as thin as silk could not be seen by many people. At this moment, the enormous 4-sided altar seemed to have transformed into a piece of translucent and sparkling divine jade, flowing with dazzling divine light. Numerous mysterious talisman characters rushed out from the altar and circled around the altar endlessly. After countless years of gathering and absorbing, the altar contained endless essence of the heaven and earth. The ancient altar had condensed an unimaginably huge amount of energy, but at this moment it was guided out and its momentum could be described as earth-shattering. Above the altar, in the center of the formation, a white figure stood proudly, with his big sleeves fluttering in the wind. He was like an immortal descending to the world, and in the midst of the wind and clouds, the aura of an expert that looked down on the world was completely displayed. That person was the senior sword immortal of Guangqing immortal sect, Taoist Lishang. In the sky, the demonic and demonic powers fought against each other. In the sky, the blood-colored demonic light and the green demonic aura collided violently, canceling each other out. Mo Xing, who was returning from the 9 heavens, was blocked. In the sky above the sky-shattering valley, a majestic figure controlled an ancient altar and descended slowly from the sky. The three great Taoist sects took advantage of the temporary chaos caused by the Devil Star crashing into the seven baneful beasts to open the ruined heaven realm. The Devil Star's return was blocked above the 9 heavens, but nothing could stop the descent of the altar. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Taoist Li Shang controlled the altar and descended from the sky. Boom! The huge altar landed in front of the stone wall, and the ground immediately surged like waves. Billowing smoke and dust swept in all directions, and on the ground a huge formation appeared. Gu Fei was shocked. It turned out that there was a formation below where they were just now. The huge formation and the mysterious runes were being activated by the descending altar. Everyone was shocked to find that the place where the altar landed was actually the formation eye of the formation on the ground. There was a formation within a formation, and there was a formation eye within a formation eye. Using an ancient altar as the formation eye of the formation was really extravagant. The array in front of the stone wall seemed to have been infused with an endless amount of divine power by the altar, and it began to emit a dazzling light. At this time, the stone door on the stone wall that had no reaction began to tremble. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. A white tiger emerged from the 4 corners of the formation, and with a sudden leap it leaped into the sky. Everyone was extremely shocked. The appearance of the western white tiger seemed to connect the formation with the stars in the sky, and it received the power of the western white tiger's 7 constellations. The image of the white tiger seemed to have materialized, and it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and its roar shook the heavens. Network. This seems to be the ancient 4 spirits' divine formation. Shangqing Sek's senior brother, Lin Xian, mumbled to himself as he stared at the roaring white tiger in the sky. The Shangqing Sek's path was a combination of Taoist techniques and talismans. Arrays and talismans were the specialty of the Shangqing sect. In this world, there was not a single sect that dared to claim that they were better than the Shangqing sect when it came to arrays and talismans. As the senior brother of the Shangqing sect, Lin Xian has read countless books about arrays and talismans. When he activated this array and summoned the western white tiger, he recognized this array. It was no wonder he was so shocked, because he also cultivated the 4 symbols technique. However, compared to the array before him, his Taoist techniques were nothing. Lin Xian's guess was right. The white tiger appeared, and the green dragon came out. With another dragon roar, a green dragon shadow rushed out from the east side of the formation diagram. It flew and circled in the sky east of the altar, drawing in the endless power of the stars from the east. The vermilion bird of the south and the black tortoise of the north appeared next and flew into the sky. The 4 ancient beasts received the power of the east, south, west, and west constellations. The entire array was activated. At once, inside the Valley of Cracks, the roar of a tiger, the roar of a dragon, and the cry of a phoenix shook the sky. The 4 beasts were positioned at the 4 corners of the altar and resonated with the array. They pushed the array's power to its peak. The entire valley and the entire mountain range began to shake. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Even the demonic stars in the sky and the 7 evils were overshadowed. The powerful energy fluctuations caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. The pressure emitted by the 4 divine beasts caused everyone to feel a great pressure. In front of the 4 divine beasts, they felt as if they were as weak as ants. The birds and beasts in the surrounding area were also stirred up at this moment, and all of them fled in panic in all directions. The roars of the 4 beasts shook heaven and earth. The powerful sound waves shook the mountains. Gu Fei also felt his divine soul tremble. He felt a tightness in his chest, as if a huge rock was pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. At this moment, if a cultivator with an exceedingly high cultivation base were to observe the celestial phenomena, they would discover that the azure dragon, The white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise in the four directions were all emitting dazzling starlight. However, the starlight was overshadowed by the destructive starlight emitted by the two demonic stars in the sky. Those without cultivation would not be able to detect the abnormality of the four stars. Roar! How dare you? Demon King, what do you want? The people of the Tao sect have begun to open the ruin heaven realm. Outside the 100,000 mountain range, demonic clouds rolled and demonic chi blotted out the sky. Two figures were engaged in a fierce battle. One mountain peak after another crumbled under the powerful divine abilities of the two figures like they were made of paper. The demonic chi turned the area into a hell of azura. Cut the crap. Today I'm going to kill you, you devil. A majestic voice came from the dark green demonic aura that was tumbling violently. Lunatic! The thousands of zhang tall demonic shadow rushed into the sky. Without further confrontation, it abandoned its opponent and rushed into the mountain range. Where do you think you're going? The overwhelming demonic chi covered the sky and surged towards the demonic shadow. It was a life and death duel between demons and demons. This was a grudge that had lasted for thousands of years. It could not be resolved, and there was no way to resolve it unless one side was destroyed. The four stars have appeared in the four directions. Have the people of the Tao sect opened that mysterious world again? Such a question drifted out of Dragon Emperor City. In the heaven-splitting valley, on the high altar in front of the cliff, Taoist Li Shang was chanting a Taoist incantation and forming a hand seal, shooting immortal light towards the four immortal beasts in the sky. He poured the power of the altar into the four great divine beasts. Although the four great divine beasts were condensed by the formation and weren't real divine beasts, at this moment, the bodies of the four great divine beasts were incomparably real. A scale, a claw, a feather. Chaotic heaven and earth connect all the realms. For spirits, open the way. Ruin heavenly realm. A loud voice reverberated across the sky as if it came from the prehistoric times. Then, before everyone's eyes, the four mythical beasts above the altar howled at the same time. Their howls shook the heavens. Then they turned into a ray of dazzling light that intertwined with each other and formed a giant ray of light. Then they dashed towards the stone door on the wall. The expected loud sound didn't appear. The four-colored immortal light penetrated the stone gate. Then a layer of dense runes flashed across the stone gate before it returned to its original state. Ancient runes! Senior brother Lin Xian of the Shangqing sect was shocked again. Rumble. The ancient stone gate was shaking. After being sealed for 2 cycles of 60 years, it finally opened again. Everyone was extremely excited. Even the 2 old Taoists who had already stepped into the coffin were trembling with excitement as if they could fall at any time. However, no one dared to underestimate the 2 old Taoists. They weren't as weak as they looked. None of the people who could guard the origin of the 3 great Taoist sects were weak. The stone gate opened. Yes, although it was very slow, the stone gate was opening. There was no doubt about it. On the altar, Taoist Li Shang's white robe was already drenched in sweat. Taoist Li Shang's expression was extremely solemn. He stood in the core of the altar, constantly guiding the vast and boundless power of the altar, and then pouring it into the 4-colored divine light formed by the 4 divine beasts. The 4-colored immortal light seemed to pierce through the void and the barrier of the world. The endless immortal light directly broke the seal on the stone gate. It was as if an invisible hand was pushing the stone gate. Rumble. The stone gate made a loud noise that shook the heavens and the earth. An ancient aura seeped out from the gap that had already been opened. Bit by bit, the stone gate opened inward. When the 2 stone gates moved inward, it was as if 2 ancient divine mountains were moving. It was extremely strenuous. Chapter 159. Whoosh! Amidst the swirling light, a figure fell out from the gap between the 2 stone doors. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Even the two old Taoists who were in charge of opening the ruined sky realm were greatly shocked. Something that had never happened before had actually happened. Someone had actually come out of the ruined sky realm after 2 cycles of 60 years. Everyone was extremely shocked. However, in the next moment, everyone was shocked once again. This was because the person who had fallen out from behind the stone door did not have any signs of life on him. As expected, a bang. With a loud bang, that person directly fell in front of the stone wall. His entire body was like porcelain, instantly smashed into pieces. His entire body was shattered into pieces. What's going on? The crowd could not help but be dumbfounded. The person who had fallen out from behind the stone door seemed to be a stone statue, but there seemed to be something wrong with it. This was because the stone statues would not be so realistic. After all, everyone present was a shouja, and their eyes were extremely sharp. Look at his sleeve, someone shouted. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked at the relatively intact stone arm on the ground, and saw that there was actually a small sword on the cuff of the petrified arm. Someone from the Guangqing immortal sect. Everyone could not help but be shocked. The person who had fallen out from behind the stone door was most likely not a stone statue, but a real person. It was very likely that someone from the Guangqing immortal sect had gotten lost in the ruined sky realm last time. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. The people from the Guangqing immortal sect looked at each other in dismay. They had never imagined that the person who had fallen out from behind the stone door was actually their senior. The expression of the Guangqing immortal sect's Lu Rahai became somewhat unsightly. He seemed to have thought of something. It seemed that this fellow was really unlucky. He had already found the way back and had come to the stone door. However, once the stone door was closed, it would take 2 cycles of 60 years before it could be opened again. He had been forcefully sealed behind the stone door. Cultivators who were only in the realm of awakening self would never be able to stay in the ruined sky realm for 2 60-year cycles. If they did not break through to the realm of transcending mortality, their lifespan would only be 100 or so years. If they were trapped in the ruined sky realm, they would die of old age. Rumble, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, the 4-colored divine light formed by the 4 spirits, was gradually pushing the thick stone door open. Their speed was as slow as a snail, and it seemed even more difficult than shattering space itself. The great formation took in the power of the constellations from everywhere, and the soul altar connected to heaven and earth. The power of the entire ancient formation was beyond people's imagination. Even so, it was still extremely strenuous. Although everyone was shocked by the person who fell out of the stone gate, they didn't have time to think too much about it. After all, the opening of the ruined heaven realm had reached a critical moment. However, Gu Fei paid attention to it because anyone could see that the person behind the stone door had died in a very strange way. He didn't know what had attacked him, but his entire body had been petrified. The ruined heaven realm was indeed filled with unimaginable dangers. It was not a safe place. At this time, an unimaginable scene was formed between heaven and earth. In the sky, the blood-red demon star and the green demon star seemed to be colliding. Vaguely, there seemed to be muffled thunderclaps ringing down from the sky. Tonight, the demon star and the demon star became the protagonists between heaven and earth. Their light outshone thousands of stars, illuminating the world alone. What kind of ferocious might was this? The strange phenomenon lasted for more than 2 hours before the 2 stars representing the demon star and the demon star separated. The demon star seemed to retreat unwillingly, and the demon star forced the demon star to change its orbit. The great explosion of the demon star between heaven and earth disturbed the mighty power of heaven and earth. The impact caused by the explosion would take about 10 days to subside. The next 10 days might change the fate of some people. Rumble. The ancient stone door was opened. After 2 hours of hard work, The ancient stone door on the stone wall was finally opened. Everyone was very excited. They saw the stone door wide open, shining with dazzling four-colored divine light, and a wave-like power spread out. It was very gentle and not domineering at all. It was a passage leading to the ruined heaven realm. The passage was full of flowing lights, and it was completely opened by the four-colored divine light. At the end of the passage came a strange fluctuation. No one could tell what kind of fluctuation it was because it could not be described with words. It seemed that at the end of the passage was a whole new world. Although this idea was absurd and unbelievable, it still popped up in everyone's mind. At this time, the four-colored divine light fixed the ancient stone door in place. The altar communicated with heaven and earth, gathering endless origin chi of heaven and earth, and the grand array received the power of the stars from all directions. Under this power, the door leading to the ruined heaven realm was opened. What are you waiting for? Charge! No one knew who it was, but with a loud shout, a few green shadows charged into the stone door. Swoosh! 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 A few more people rushed into the stone door and disappeared into the passage that was shining with dazzling four-colored light. This works. Gu Fei and the others could not help but be shocked. Weren't they the only ones qualified to enter the ruined heaven realm? Only the 30 most outstanding disciples of the younger generation from the 3 major Taoist sects were qualified to enter the ruined heaven realm. One after another, Gu Fei discovered that at least a dozen disciples in green who were above the transcending mortality realm had rushed through the stone door. Among these people, there were people from the Taishan sect, Shangqing sect, and people from the Guangqing celestial sect. It seemed that they were not the only ones who could enter the ruined heaven realm. Disciples of the Guangqing immortal sect, follow me. Lu Ruhai waved his arm and immediately strode toward the stone door. The 10 outstanding disciples of the Guangqing immortal sect immediately followed. All disciples in the Split Sky Valley are qualified to enter the ruined heaven realm. However, life and death are determined by fate. After entering the ruined heaven realm, everything will depend on your luck. The 2 old Taoists who presided over the opening of the ruined heaven realm said loudly. The old voice spread throughout the entire Split Sky Valley and echoed in the sky above the canyon. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another few Cyan disciples rushed into the stone door. Obviously, these people also wanted to find opportunities in the ruined heaven realm, opportunities that could help them break through their cultivation. Disciples of the Shangqing sect, follow me. Ding Yangzi shouted and calmly led the 10 most outstanding disciples of the Shangqing sect through the stone door. Let's go in as well. Dan Chenzi's voice was very calm, but his expression was very serious. It seemed that entering the ruined heaven realm was not a good thing. Gu Fei and the others glanced at each other before following behind Dan Chenzi into the four-colored divine light. When the light shone on their bodies, it felt as if it could penetrate through them, causing them to feel a chill all over their body. It was as if they were walking on a layer of water. This was a passage of energy, a path to the ruined heaven realm, constructed by vast amounts of energy. No one said anything. Everyone was extremely nervous. Gu Fei was also nervous. His palms were already sweating, as if he could hear his heart pounding in his chest. Stepping into the ancient stone door, there was no end in sight. Four-colored divine light flashed in front of them, and beyond the four-colored divine light was the gray chaos. After walking for about 100 zhang in the energy passage, they saw that there was no way forward. A transparent light curtain that looked like a wave of water blocked their way. Dan Chenzi had no intention of stopping. He walked straight towards the layer of light curtain, and then, under the incredulous gazes of Gu Fei and the others, he disappeared into the light curtain. Everyone couldn't help but hesitate, but Li Lingfeng walked straight into the light curtain. There was not the slightest ripple on the light curtain. Gu Fei followed closely behind Li Lingfeng and also walked into the light curtain. Gu Fei felt as if he had walked into a wave of water, but he knew that there was absolutely no water around him. After taking 2 steps, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. What he saw in front of him made him unable to recover his senses for a long time. Behind a light curtain was not a cave, but a world, an endless world. There was also a moon in the sky. The moonlight was like water sprinkling down from the sky. Below the sky was an endless stretch of mountains. A cool breeze blew against his face. Gu Fei found that he was standing on a cliff, and there was no one beside him. Beast roars occasionally came from the dark mountains in front of him. Where's Dan Qinzi? Where's Li Lingfeng? Gu Fei hastily scanned the surroundings. There was no one on the cliff. There was no one. He was alone. Could it be that the water-like light curtain could teleport people to different places? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This was not a good thing. He hastily took out the jade slip from his magic treasure pouch and sent his divine sense into it. He wanted to figure out his current position before deciding what to do next. So that's how it is, Gu Fei murmured. It turned out that there were 81 spatial nodes to enter the ruined sky realm, and his spatial node was on this cliff called Divine Hawk Ridge. Divine Hawk Ridge? Gu Fei's divine sense withdrew from the jade slip. Right at this moment, Gu Fei felt a strong wind pouncing on his head. Oh no! Gu Fei hastily rolled on the ground. Even so, his back seemed to be grabbed by something. With a rip, a large piece of his shirt was torn off. Whoosh! A black shadow flew over Gu Fei's head. Evil creature! Gu Fei fiercely jumped up from the ground and punched at the black shadow. A dazzling golden light burst out from Gu Fei's fist. Bang! The black shadow was immediately blown apart by Gu Fei's punch, and a pungent smell of blood immediately filled the air. Damn feathered, evil creature! Gu Fei couldn't help cursing. He had just come out of the energy passage and was attacked by this blind thing. Gu Fei was in a very bad mood. After throwing the jade slip into the magic treasure pouch, Gu Fei was about to go down the cliff when a flapping sound of wings came from above. Gu Fei raised his head to look, only to see that the sky was densely packed with a dense black mass. God knows how many enormous steel-winged goshawks were swooping down towards him from all directions. Fuck! No wonder this place is called Divine Hawk Ridge. There are really a lot of feathered beasts here. Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed. He hastily turned around and rushed down the mountain without looking back. Chapter 160. 9-Colored Grass, Heaven Burial Valley. Where is Heaven Burial Valley? Gu Fei walked through a stone forest. He stopped and looked up at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky. Yes, it was a scorching sun. After Gu Fei got rid of the siege of thousands of steel-feathered goshawk, he began his journey into the ruined sky realm. He found that this place seemed to be no different from the outside world. There was also day and night, and the stars rotated. All of this seemed so real and not an illusion. However, Gu Fei still found something strange here. The sun and the stars seemed to be very close to the ground. Gu Fei had this feeling that the sky and the earth did not seem to be so far away. Why was it like this? Gu Fei did not know. At this time, it was not the time for him to think about these unimportant things. The most important thing now was to find Heaven Burial Valley and obtain the 9-colored grass. This was the only task for every disciple of the Taishan sect who entered the ruined sky realm. Gu Fei patted the dust off a stone next to him and then sat cross-legged on it. What kind of place was this? Gu Fei looked around at the strange stone pillars that stood on the ground like trees. He found that he seemed to be trapped in this stone forest. He had been walking in the stone forest for more than an hour. At his speed, he should have walked out of this stone forest long ago. Oh no, it can't be that. I walked into that place. Gu Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking of a dangerous place mentioned on the jade slip. Gu Fei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly took out the jade slip from his magic treasure pouch and immediately immersed his expression into the jade slip. The next moment, Gu Fei's expression became somewhat ugly. I can't be that unlucky. I actually walked into the psychedelic stone forest? Gu Fei murmured to himself, his expression extremely solemn. It seemed that he had not seen any illusions while walking in the stone forest. The jade slip indicated the areas of the ruined sky realm that had been explored by the three great Taoist sects. Among them, the psychedelic stone forest was a dangerous place. It had an unimaginable strange power that could seal everything that entered the stone forest, including human cultivators. Cultivators who accidentally walked into the psychedelic stone forest never came out. In the end, they would be completely trapped in the stone forest, unable to come out. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He immediately stood up from the rock. Swoosh! He disappeared from the boulder beneath his feet and instantly appeared on top of a tall stone pillar at the side. The stone pillar was 20 to 30 feet tall. Gu Fei stood at the top of the stone pillar and glanced in all directions. What he saw immediately gave him a great shock. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. As far as his eyes could see, he was actually surrounded by an endless stone forest. Stone pillars towered between heaven and earth, and he couldn't see the end of them. How could this be? I remember that when I looked from the outside, this stone forest was only a few miles in circumference at most. Why can't I see the end of this stone forest now? Swoosh! Gu Fei jumped down from the stone pillar. When he landed on the ground, there was a boom sound as he stomped on incomparably hard ground, causing it to crack and tremble. That bastard is disturbing my sweet dreams. Little fairy from the moon palace. Big sister dragon lady from the sea. Damn it! A ghostly wail and wolf-like howl suddenly came from the stone forest. Hiss! Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Goosebumps rose all over his body, and his hair stood on end. Who is it? Who's playing tricks on me? Gu Fei had never imagined that there would be other people in this barren stone forest. He couldn't help but be on guard. His eyes flickered as he scanned his surroundings. Oh, so it's you who disturbed my sweet dreams. How dare you? The voice rang out again. This time, Gu Fei heard it clearly. It wasn't a voice because the voice was ringing in his mind and not coming from the outside world. Gu Fei's expression changed. This was the purest spiritual fluctuation that directly affected the heart. This was a communication on the spiritual level. One didn't need to know the other party's language, but to directly express one's thoughts to the other party. As a result, Gu Fei couldn't identify the location of the person in the dark. I'm in the light, and the enemy is in the dark. The situation was very disadvantageous to Gu Fei. He was in an absolute passive position. Are you a human, a demon, a ghost, or a demon? Gu Fei said in a stern voice. He had already secretly spread the essence of the divine weapon throughout his body. Gu Fei's body suddenly emitted a powerful aura. The bronze skin that was exposed outside his clothes faintly flowed with a layer of light. With a strong body and the protection of the divine weapon's essence, even if he faced a transcending mortality realm cultivator, Gu Fei had the confidence to fight. Awaken the 9 heavens. This gave him enough capital to challenge transcending mortality realm cultivators. Hey, your body seems a bit strange. The voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind again. You deceiving guy, quickly come out for me. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. In the stone forest, only his voice echoed. The surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that it was scary. This made Gu Fei feel incomparably oppressed. The feeling of being spied on made him very uncomfortable. He knew that the person in the dark was watching him. Humph, I'm right beside you. I don't know what you're doing with your 2 eyes. After the voice rang out, the big round stone that Gu Fei was sitting on actually moved. What is this thing? Gu Fei was suddenly startled. His figure flashed, and he retreated 3 feet away. He vigilantly looked at the big round stone that was trembling. Pai, pai, pa, pa. In the midst of the light sound, the big round stone actually cracked. A spider, web-like crack spread out from the stone. Pum! Stone fragments flew everywhere. A thing the size of a table crawled out. Tortoise? Gu Fei fixed his eyes and saw that the thing that crawled out was actually a giant tortoise. However, what made Gu Fei shocked was that this giant tortoise had a dragon's head. The giant tortoise's 4 limbs were thick and powerful. They were covered with green scales. There were 2 dragon horns on its head. Each dragon horn actually had 9 branches. 9 by 9, this was the number of a supreme being. How many years has it been? Unexpectedly, I see an unlucky person who broke into this cage. Boy, you stay and accompany me to relieve my boredom. However, even if you don't want to stay, it's not up to you. The giant tortoise actually spoke in the human language. This time, Gu Fei's ears finally heard a voice. The one who spoke was not a human, but a strange giant tortoise. This caused Gu Fei to be dumbfounded. You, what are you? Gu Fei said with a trembling voice. What he saw in front of him, even Gu Fei, who was extremely determined, couldn't help but feel a little dazed. It could speak in the human language. Could it be the legendary demons? Gu Fei had never seen a demon before. However, Gu Fei was no stranger to demons. The Eastern Goblin tribe's strength was enough to contend against the 3 great Taoist sects. Stinking brat, this old man is not a thing. This old man is a dragon. Dragon that tortoise. The giant tortoise said angrily. What dragon tortoise? Isn't it just an old tortoise? Gu Fei calmed himself down. This was because he could feel that this giant tortoise's cultivation was very weak. Hey, you stinking brat. You're really despicable. The dragon tortoise was so angry that 2 puffs of white smoke came out from its nostrils. It pressed its giant claws forward, and a blue light screen instantly spread out and enveloped Gu Fei. This was the power of the divine power. It attracted an endless amount of water elemental energy and annihilated it towards Gu Fei. Humph! This tortoise is not simple. Gu Fei formed the 5 elemental exterminating seal with his hand and pressed forward. Torrential flames instantly surged out from his hand and went against the blue light screen. The fire elemental exterminating seal activated the power of the fire elemental energy. Water and fire were incompatible. Gu Fei wanted to use fire to restrain the old tortoise's water. Martial skill exterminating seal? The pair of tortoise eyes of the dragon tortoise instantly lit up. However, it did not stop. Instead, it waved out another layer of light that looked like a water screen and surged towards Gu Fei. Like the surging waves of the ocean, the power of the fire elemental energy that Gu Fei had activated using the fire elemental exterminating seal was instantly annihilated by the blue light screen. Bang! Gu Fei was sent flying as if he had been hit by a giant wave and crashed into a stone pillar. Kaboom! The stone pillar, which was so thick that one could wrap one's arms around it, was immediately broken by the ferocious force. Dust flew everywhere. Gu Fei rolled on the ground and was unlucky enough to be hit by the stone pillar that had fallen from midair. Ouch! I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. Although the old dragon tortoise said this, one could clearly see the joy on its face. Boom! Gu Fei dashed out from the rubble. However, when he was about 4 to 5 feet away from the dragon tortoise, he stopped. You pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Your strength! Gu Fei was very fearful of the old dragon tortoise. This was because at the moment when he was pushed back, he clearly sensed a vast energy wave from the old dragon tortoise's body. It's because your cultivation base is too weak. The cultivation method that you practice is somewhat similar to an old friend of mine. The old dragon tortoise's eyes scanned Gu Fei's body from side to side. When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be shocked. In an instant, he thought of many things. Could it be that this old dragon tortoise was a character from the ancient times? Old dragon tortoise, where did you come from? Why are you in this psychedelic stone forest? Asked Gu Fei. Kids nowadays don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young anymore. The old dragon tortoise slowly crawled to a shady place before replying. You still haven't answered my question. Gu Fei looked at the old dragon tortoise cautiously and said in a deep voice, You're asking me why I'm here? Humph. This stone forest was actually set up for me. The old dragon tortoise's words were filled with extreme anger. What? When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately blurted out, You're saying that this stone forest was set up to trap you? At this moment, Gu Fei could no longer maintain his composure. What did this mean? The stone forest had clearly existed for countless years. Could this old dragon, tortoise, really be a character from the ancient times? Was he trapped here by his enemies? If what the old dragon tortoise said was true, it would be too unbelievable. Gu Fei realized that he seemed to be coming into contact with some secrets regarding the ruined sky realm. Chapter 161. Only death awaits us if we're trapped in this god-forsaken place, said the dragon turtle, who was hiding in a shady corner in the stone forest. Gu Fei could tell that this mystical dragon turtle had a powerful background, but its strength seemed to be average. Gu Fei did not sense any dangerous aura from the old turtle. Why won't you die? Gu Fei looked at the dragon turtle with interest, and a smile appeared on his lips. Humph. How can you compare an old man like me to ants like you? Back then, the old turtle's eyes became misty. It looked at the clouds in the sky as if reminiscing the glorious days of the past. Forget it. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. I have the ability to survive. As for you, I'm afraid you won't even make it through the night. The old turtle suddenly looked at Gu Fei and said meaningfully, What? Gu Fei's expression changed when he heard that. Could it be that there were other dangers in this stone forest besides being able to trap people to death? This stone forest was the old turtle's cage. It was used to trap the old turtle. Apart from the person who had set up this cage, the old turtle was the one who understood this stone forest the best. Perhaps he would have to rely on the old turtle to get out of this stone forest. When Gu Fei thought of this, he could not help but treat the old turtle kindly. Elder, you also want to leave this god-forsaken place, right? Gu Fei laughed. Of course I want to leave. The outside world is so good. This place is simply hell. Try it. After being trapped in one place for thousands of years, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death. Sometimes I even want to kill myself. Uft. Gu Fei could not help but despise the old turtle in his heart. If it was so easy to die, that person would not have used his great power to trap the old turtle here. Since you also want to leave, and I don't want to stay here, why don't we cooperate? Gu Fei expressed his thoughts. Cooperate? Follow you? Old Tortoise looked up and down at Gu Fei and said disdainfully, What, can't I? Gu Fei asked carefully. From the tone of the old tortoise, he saw hope. The old tortoise definitely knew the way out. Knowing the way out and actually being able to leave this place were two different things. Perhaps this method was too difficult, which was why the old tortoise was still trapped here. Yes, although your cultivation base is terrible, your body seems to be a bit strange. As he spoke, the old turtle suddenly closed his eyes. Then a purple light flashed in the middle of the old turtle's forehead. To Gu Fei's surprise, a vertical eye appeared on the old turtle's forehead. It rumbled and did not have a pupil. The purple light flashed as if it was connected to a vast and boundless world. At the same time, Gu Fei felt that his whole body, inside and out, seemed to be exposed to the magical vertical eye of the old turtle. Under this divine eye that seemed to be connected to an unknown void world, Gu Fei felt that he had no secrets to speak of. The deepest part of his heart seemed to be seen through. What are you doing? Gu Fei was shocked. Under this magical vertical eye, Gu Fei felt very uncomfortable. Yes, I didn't expect you to have the soul of a god weapon in your body. Although it's a remnant soul, it may be able to break the eye of this formation. The old tortoise opened its eyes, and the vertical eye on its forehead immediately closed. A purple light flashed, and there was nothing strange on the old tortoise's forehead. The vertical eye seemed to have never been there. The soul of a god weapon. Gu Fei became amazed. When he was in Dragon Emperor City, he also heard that the great cultivator who saved Hu Zhan mentioned the soul of a god weapon. At that time, he didn't care about it. However, this old turtle said that there was a remnant soul of a god weapon in his body. It seems that the essence of a god weapon that I smelted into my body is really weird. Relax your body, don't resist. I want to see what the remnant soul of a god weapon in your body is. The old turtle said as it stood up from the ground. Yes, the old turtle stood up like a human. Gu Fei was dumbfounded when he saw the old turtle suddenly standing up. What? Haven't you seen a turtle walking on two legs? You're too naive. The old turtle was very disdainful at the sight of Gu Fei's reaction. Then it pressed its right claw towards Gu Fei in the air. A watery blue luster immediately rushed out of the right claw of the old turtle and covered Gu Fei at once. This was an indescribable force. Gu Fei did not resist. He realized that the moment he was enveloped by the splendor from old tortoise's claw. The essence of the divine weapon that was swimming in his qi and blood began to tremble. Then, the essence of a god weapon was directly restrained by the old turtle from Gu Fei's body. The cry of a sword resounded through the 9 heavens. The instant the divine weapon's essence energy was restrained from Gu Fei's body, the chilling sword qi instantly soared into the sky. The resplendent purple light caused even the sun in the sky to pale in comparison. Rumble. Right then, a muffled, thunder-like sound drifted from the depth of the stone woods. Gu Fei felt a slight quiver from the ground under his feet. Vaguely, Gu Fei seemed to hear clang. Clang! The sound of iron chains shaking was faintly discernible, but it could be distinguished that it came from the depths of the stone woods. The strange sound came from the depths of the stone woods. The old turtle's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly shot out rays of divine light to seal the essence of a god weapon that was restrained from Gu Fei's body, isolating the breath of the god weapon from the outside world. When the old turtle blocked the breath of the god weapon's essence with his magical power, the strange sound in the depths of the stone woods gradually disappeared, and the quiver from the ground also calmed down. What's going on? Gu Fei was inexplicably surprised. There seemed to be an unimaginable secret in the depths of the stone woods. Faintly, Gu Fei felt the breath of danger. This originated from a warrior's intuition, a sense of unknown danger. At this time, the old turtle's expression was extremely solemn. The imprisoned god weapon's essence was changing shape in the watery blue divine light. In the end, an illusory, long sword materialized out of thin air. It was hazy as if it was covered with a layer of gauze. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he could not see the true face of the long sword. In the cold sword qi, there was a simple and ancient breath that assaulted his face. I didn't expect it to be his god weapon. Splitting the weapon's soul, how bold, how ruthless! The old turtle muttered to himself. He seemed to have seen through the origin of the god weapon's soul. Perhaps it was because he had seen through the origin of the god weapon's soul that he was inexplicably shocked, and his body trembled. Old Senior, Gu Fei called out a few times before the old turtle recovered from the shock. What are you shouting for? Are you afraid that I'll rob you of this remnant soul? The old turtle scolded, then raised his hand and injected the god weapon's essence into Gu Fei's body. In the future, don't use this god weapon's soul if you can. Otherwise, if those old geezers find out about the existence of the god weapon's soul, your life will be in danger. The old turtle said in a rare, solemn tone. Old Senior, do you know the origin of this god weapon's essence? Gu Fei asked. From the old turtle's tone, He could tell that the god weapon's essence was not as simple as it seemed to be able to attract the attention of those terrifying experts. Don't ask me. You'll know when it's time for you to know. Of course, the premise is that you can live to reach my level, the old turtle said proudly as he paced back and forth. Uft. Gu Fei could not help but despise the old turtle again. Of course, he had to admit that the old turtle had some skills. Kid, don't be unconvinced. Back then, I was invincible in the 3 realms. How awe-inspiring was that? The old turtle fell into reminiscence of the past. Aren't you still trapped here? Gu Fei whispered. However, although Gu Fei's voice was soft, the old turtle still heard it. The old turtle snorted and said, "What do you know? That guy is a freak and doesn't play by the rules. Otherwise, humph. Who is that guy?" Gu Fei was very curious. If his guess was correct, the peerless character who trapped the old turtle here for countless years should be the owner of this place. Forget it. I get angry just thinking about that guy. It's been so many years. I'm afraid that he's also met with great trouble and couldn't escape that great calamity. Otherwise, this broken world wouldn't be like this. The old tortoise seemed a little disappointed. A broken world? Gu Fei was surprised again. Of course, where do you think this is? The real world? This is just a fake world created by that freak. Old Tortoise's words were as shocking as thunder. Gu Fei's ears were so shocked that he felt dizzy and could not distinguish between north, south, east, and west. A broken world, a fake world. These things were beyond the scope of his understanding. This was definitely a secret of the cultivation world, and an ancient secret at that. The so-called ruined sky realm was actually a man-made world. Of course, it was an incomplete world. But even so, this world still had the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the rotation of day and night. It was no different from the real world. Look at you. The old turtle shook its tortoise head. No, it should be a dragon head. After all, this old turtle was a dragon turtle, a unique species among turtles. Come with me. The old turtle patted Gu Fei's shoulder and then walked toward the depths of the stone forest. I don't know how long I slept. 1,000 years? Or 1,500 years? The old turtle muttered to himself as he walked. Gu Fei, who was following behind the old turtle, suddenly staggered and almost fell when he heard the old turtle's words. This guy is also a freak. He actually slept for 1,000 years. Gu Fei cursed in his heart